Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to your second class of governance. Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. We'll wait for a couple of minutes, let others also join in, and then we will begin the class. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Lakshmi, no, I've not added the slide once again today. This is the yesterday's PPT only. Since we did not complete all the topics, so yesterday's PPT has been uploaded once again. So don't worry. You don't have to see this face again and again in every PPT slide. This is just because of the PPTs of the last day itself. Good morning. Shivam is saying, should we make notes of PPT? Shivam, it really depends on you. It depends. If you are fine with just the PPT, you revise it, you remember most of the things, and you don't need to make extra notes. Pratham filed an RTI yesterday. Perfect. Pratham, let me know once you do get your answer. Good morning, everyone. Akula has also filed for an RTI. Perfect. Perfect. I advised yesterday also, try and file an RTI, try and see what exactly do you get. And those who are looking for the email ID, this is my email address. I will write it here for you once again. This is my email address. This is where you can get in touch with me. harshmwt.hursing@byju's.com. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go ahead then. Let's quickly revise what we studied yesterday very quickly, and then we'll go on to where we had left yesterday. Yesterday, we had started our discussion with governance, especially we started our discussion with transparency. We did have a discussion on how transparency is important, what transparency is. In simple terms, when the government is open for scrutiny, when the government is open to sharing information about how is it working with the people, that is called transparency. The simple idea is, in the age where that we are, where government has to give the right to expression to the people, right to expression should also include right to information. Only when you have complete information you should be able to form an expression. Then we discuss the need for transparency, how it changes the government, how it brings more accountability, how it cuts down on the corruption, it increases the efficiency of the government, it makes the government servants much more accountable, it empowers the people, it allows the people and encourages the people to take much more active part in the governance. Then we had discussed about how 100% transparency may be detrimental. We did discuss a few examples. We discussed examples of, for example, the USSR, how the USSR, when they started this policy of openness, when they allowed the people to come in and ask whatever they want, it actually led to the deterioration of relationship in the country. So 100% transparency is not good, and that is why usually you do not expect any country to have 100% transparency. We discussed that globally also, India is not the only country, but globally most of the countries have their own version of the RTI law. We have about 121 nations around the world that have this version of their own RTI law. Then we discuss how the government shares information with the people. There are mainly two ways. One, the government makes proactive disclosure. Proactive disclosure means where the government itself gives out information to the people without the people asking for it. An example of that can be the PIB. PIB, government news releases, the press release of the government, that is an example of proactive disclosure, government disclosing the information itself. Then there is an example of reactive disclosure, where the government issues information only when people ask for it. This is called RTI. This is called the right to information. Then we discussed how the beginning of RTI in India can be traced back to 1986 in a case in Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court had said that to ensure that people have complete freedom of expression, we also need to give people the right to information so that they can form their opinion. That was said in 1986. Then I told you the beginning of the law was with this law called the Freedom of Information Act of 2002, but it was not successful. It had a lot of problems. It did not have any time limit. It did not form any body to look into the law. That is why it was removed very quickly. And then in 2005, we had the law that we have today, that is the RTI. It was passed in 2005. We discussed the main provisions of RTI law. We discussed how it is available to all the citizens. This is the information that you can ask for from the government. You can ask for information from public authority. This is the definition of public authority: constitutional bodies, statutory bodies, even executive bodies, and the most problematic thing was substantially funded NGOs. We discussed how there is no definition of the word substantially financed. How much financing will be substantial? There is no clarity. 1 lakh, 1 crore, 10 crore, 100 crores, there is no clarity on that. How much financing will be considered as substantially financed? Then we discussed an example of BCCI as well, how there is an exception, how BCCI, even though it is not a government agency, is still under RTI. We did discuss how that happened with the Lodha committee suggesting that no, you would be under the RTI because you are representing India, there is a monopoly, etc. Then we discussed about the process of how to file an RTI. When the law was first introduced, it was an offline process only. You had to go to the government department, the government office to file an RTI. Now the process has been made much, much, much simpler. You just have to go online, file an official RTI. We showed yesterday as well how to do that. It can be done in a language of your choice: English, Hindi, or the official language of the state. You don't even have to give a reason why are you filing the RTI. This is how the portal looks like that we discussed. This is how this portal is. These are the details. You can select any authority here. You don't have to worry about that. You can choose random ministry department as well. They will transfer your RTI. This was an example of how the RTI response comes in. Then we discuss about how the RTI actually works. Usually within 30 days, you're expected to get the reply. If someone's life or personal liberty is dependent on the answer, then the reply is given within 48 hours, that is 2 days. However, if the RTI has to be transferred from one department to the other department, then 5 more days are involved. It becomes 35 days maximum. In this case, if the wrong department has been chosen, again 5 days will be added. So it will become 7 days. This will become 7 days. Then we discuss about what are the rights given to the citizens. Citizens have the right to choose a medium of request, that is offline, online. They can choose a language. They don't have to give the reason. 10 rupee fee is not to be given by those who are below poverty line. You don't have, or your RTI cannot be randomly rejected by the government. If the government department rejects your RTI, they have to tell you the reason for rejection. And you can also make complaints at the end to the Central Information Commission or the State Information Commission, as well as the case may be. Then we discuss what are the responsibilities that are given to the public authorities. Their responsibility is to maintain a record in a computerized manner. The responsibility is also to make sure that information is published in a timely manner. They also have the responsibility to give out as much information as possible by themselves in a suo motu manner. And every department of the government should have a PIO. PIO is Public Information Officer. This is the officer in the department whose responsibility it would be to collect the RTIs, to ensure that the reply is given to the RTIs. If there is a wrong RTI that has been given to the PIO, it is their responsibility to transfer this to a correct department in 5 days. We have discussed all of this. We discussed about the appeal also. If you are not happy with the response, you did not get the response or the incomplete response, in whatever scenario, you can file an appeal. First appeal will be to the senior in the same department. That will be replied within 45 days. Second appeal has to be made to the Information Commission. There is no time limit on that. These are how the appeals are formed. The problem is after the second appeal, you cannot do anything because the highest authority to take an action on this case has to be the Information Commission only. Then we discussed how Central Information Commission is formed. How does it work? It is a statutory body. It has a chief information commissioner at the top and maximum 10 information commissioners. But the problem is, usually we never have all these 10 information commissioners. Right now, we have only 5 of these and not 10. You don't have to remember the names, so don't really worry about that. This is the chief information commissioner right now, and these are the 5 other. You don't have to remember their names. The appointment process, we discussed how the president appoints them on the recommendation of a 3-member committee. Who are these 3 members? Prime Minister, leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, and the Union Cabinet Minister of the choice of the Prime Minister. Then the qualification part, these are usually civil servants only who are appointed. The qualification says that they should be people of eminence in public life, having wide knowledge and experience in law, science, technology, social service, etc. So, usually civil servants. Also, they should not have any political connections. They should not be MP or MLA. They should not be concerned with any other office or profit. They should not have any other connection with the political party. All of these things can actually disqualify you from becoming the information commissioner. Now, the Central Information Commission has, or the law about the Central Information Commission was changed in 2019. The amendment was tenure was reduced from 5 to 3 years, and the salary, as I told you earlier, used to be equal to election commissioners. Now that has also been changed. That salary has also been decoupled now. Then we discussed about the removal process, how the removal process of the Central Information Commission is the same as UPSC members. President can remove them, but for that purpose, the president will have to ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. The Supreme Court will check on the basis of the inquiry whether the person is insolvent, convicted of an offense of moral turpitude, means corruption related cases, or whether he or she has engaged in paid employment outside office, unfit to continue because of mind or body. All these are the reasons for removal. Removal can only be done after an inquiry is conducted by the Supreme Court. Then we discuss how the State Information Commission works in a similar kind of a manner as the Central Information Commission. Then the need for balance. There are certain cases where the government can deny you information, cases where all these things are affected: India's safety, security, our sovereignty, our relationship with the foreign states. If any of these things are in danger, then information can be denied to you. Also, any information that will lead to contempt of court or breach of the legislative privileges, that information will also be denied to you under the RTI. Other information such as commercial confidence information, IP regulated information, information that is given to a person in a fiduciary relationship. We did discuss yesterday also. Fiduciary relationship means, for example, doctors, lawyers, accountants, CA, because they know a lot of your personal things. Information that is available to them also cannot be shared. Information taken from a foreign country after promising them it will be kept a secret, that information also will not be shared under the RTI. Any information that endangers someone's life or safety will not be shared. Any information that puts a roadblock in investigation, prosecution will not be shared. Cabinet papers, etc., which have not been made public so far, will not be shared under RTI. Anyone's personal information, even if there is a personal information of a public official, it will not be shared. Information can be denied if it is against copyright, and also government can deny information on the basis of Official Secret Act as well. They can deny information on the concept of Official Secret Act as well. Why? The government can just say this is the official secret and we cannot share the same with you. Then we did discuss that there are certain intelligence and security organizations. For them also there are certain exemptions. For security and intelligence organizations, you can only and only file an RTI on the issue of corruption, number one, or you can file an RTI on the issue of human rights violations. These are the only 2 reasons for which you can file an RTI when it comes to intelligence or security agencies. In both of these cases, they will get 45 days. They will get 45 days to tell if the RTI has to be replied or not. This list is amended by the central government. I showed you the list yesterday. This is the complete list. These are the organizations that have been partially exempted. They only have to answer questions about corruption or human rights violations and nothing else. Then we discuss about the impact. First, the positive impact was it has become a good grievance redressal tool. I gave you the example of the lady, one of the first few cases of RTI, how she filed an RTI to ask about the status of her investigation. It has also led to exposing certain scams, corruption, etc. It has led to other kind of similar kind of right-based laws, right to food, right to work, right to education, etc. They have also empowered people by giving them much more information. Then we discussed the issues with the act. First issue, vague terms. For example, substantially financed NGOs, no one knows what is substantially financed. Second, the government authorities have the right to reject frivolous applications. Frivolous means non-serious. However, how does the government department decide if an application is serious or non-serious? There is no clarity on that. So what is the definition of frivolous, non-serious? No one knows. Also, abuse of Schedule 2 means abuse of that exempted organization list. Abuse means misuse. The government might just keep on adding organizations in that list to get them exemption from the RTI. Then we had discussed yesterday about how a lot of RTIs are pending, especially at the state level. We see many positions being vacant. All of that indicates that the RTI law may not be as strong today as it used to be earlier. Then we discussed about certain other problems, bureaucratic mindset, the mindset of the people working in the government, not willing to go the extra mile, no budget given to the RTI. That mainly impacts conversion of government records into digitalized, computerized form. PIOs are junior ranked officials, so they can't force their seniors to give out information. And suo motor disclosures, mean disclosures by themselves have been very low. All these are problems that are still attached to the RTI. PIOs have been given this additional responsibility without any extra salary. As I said yesterday, PIOs are not specialist officers who would be recruited from outside just for PIO job. PIOs would be those who would already be working in the office at some post, just that they are now given an additional responsibility to become a PIO as well. The record management system is very poor. The manner in which the records are kept are not up to the mark. Penal provisions are rarely used. Penalties are not really given to officials who are not doing their job. State information commissioners have not given their annual reports for a long time. Information commissioners don't have content power, means if their order is not followed, they can't really give punishment. Huge pendency of cases, and there are still vacancies in the office of the Information Commission. Then there are also blackmailers. I gave you an example yesterday also how blackmailers can and do blackmail a lot of officials by taking out information. And there's lack of awareness amongst common people how to file RTI, how does the RTI law work. All of these are issues with the RTI. Then we discussed certain recommendations given by the second ARC of how to improve RTI. They first suggested take back the Official Secret Act. We'll discuss today what is the Official Secret Act, the OSA, because it allows the government to hide a lot of information. They said that the oath of secrecy taken by the ministers should be replaced by oath of transparency. Periodic review of second schedule, that is the list of exempted organizations. Government should not just keep adding to that list. That list should be reviewed time and time again. Confidential documents should be classified properly, means the government should have a proper rule of what documents are classified, what are not classified. Then the government should also put proper attention into record management as well. All these things are suggested by the second ARC. Then it also suggested that the information commissioners who are appointed, that process should also change. Right now, information commissioners are usually those who are civil servants who are close to the government. They suggested at least half of these civil servants should come from non, or at least half of the information commissioners should come from non-information background. They should not be the ones who are civil servants. They should come from normal background so that they don't work with the government. And even the civil servants should be given proper training, just like the PIOs are given training about the RTI. A few more suggestions from the second ARC were that the person who is appointed the PIO should be a senior ranked official at least of the rank of director or deputy director, and there should be a national committee set up to coordinate amongst all the different state information commissions. This was again a suggestion given by the second ARC. This is where we had left yesterday. Till this, we had discussed everything. So it was a revision, a brief summary of whatever we discussed yesterday. This is from where we will begin now. Now, a couple of very quick answers to the question that are asked. Amala has a question. In the textbook, it is said that decision of CIC can be appealed in the High Court. Does that mean that Supreme Court can also take the appeal? No. So Supreme Court at the latest version is that the Supreme Court has denied interfering in that matter. Lakshmi, as I said, Officer Secret Act has not been discussed so far. It will be discussed. So how can I tell you in briefly what is this? Let us first come to that and we'll discuss that, right? Okay, Pulkit has a question. Since CIC and ICs are not eligible for reappointment, how should they work in an independent manner? Then they should work in an independent manner. How does it curb their power? No, Pulkit, I never said that their non-reappointment curbs their power. Their salary and change in the tenure. These are the two things that are curbing their power. The list that you saw were the logical conditions, were the service conditions of the CIC. I never said that them not being eligible for reappointment curbs their power. No, that is not true. Okay, let's go ahead then. Now, the place where we had left yesterday, the first one was political parties under RTI or not. Now, about the RTI, there are a lot of different debates. Debates about what should come under RTI, what should not come under RTI, what is covered under RTI, what is not covered under RTI. The first big debate about what should or should not come under RTI is about the political parties. Now, in simple terms, political parties in India do not come under RTI. Do not come under RTI in the sense you cannot file an RTI asking for information from a political party. For example, you cannot ask for information asking any party, how are you getting all those funds? How do you get so much money that you put so many hoardings? How are you getting so much money that you are putting so many ads, etc.? You cannot ask this question to the political parties because political parties are not under the purview of the RTI. Now, there's a big debate about it. There are two ways to look at this. Let's first look at it from the side of the political party. What do they say? The logic that the political parties give, political parties say that we are not the government. Political parties say that ask your questions to government, we are not the government. Secondly, the political parties say whatever money or donations that we get are voluntary donations given to us by people. Political parties say that we don't get any money from the government. So it is not like taxpayers' money is going to political party. Basically, if a political party has money, who is funding them? The government doesn't give money to political parties. Political parties get donations from corporates, from rich businessmen, etc. So political parties say that we are not running on the government's money. The government has not given us any help. We are not taking taxpayers' money. So as per them, they should not come under the RTI because of this logic. They say that the money coming to us, donation coming to us, is from a private person and they don't want that anyone else should know. Third reason that the political parties give is political parties say if we disclose our sources of funding, if we tell everyone from where we are getting all this money, then it will put pressure on our sources. Many other people will go to our sources that give us the money also, and we can't afford that to happen. For all these reasons, the political parties say that we should not come under RTI. This is their logic, that not connected to government, no money being taken from the government. On the other hand, there is an alternate logic as well. The second logic is, or the second side of the coin is, that the parties should come under RTI. I'll tell you big reasons for that. First big reason, do you know almost every big political party has a big office in Delhi? If you go to Delhi and if you see around, all these political parties have huge offices in Delhi. And their offices in Delhi are at such prime locations, prime places, that today if you buy a land in those places, even a small piece of land would cost you crores and crores of rupees. So, how were these political parties able to set up their offices in Delhi on such big lands? The reason is most of these political parties were given land from the government. The government gave them land either free or at a very low rate so that they could set up their offices in Delhi. So, if political parties have taken help from the government in the sense that they have gotten land from the government either free or at a very low rate, that means that they are answerable to the people. That means that if people want to ask questions to them, they should be allowed to ask questions. This is point number one, that they can't say that we have not taken any help from the government. They have. Second reason, political parties say that we are not a part of the government. We are not taking any government decisions. But if you see very clearly, opposition parties, or the main opposition party at least, has a role to play in government. How? We just saw the appointment process of CIC. Who were the three members in the appointment committee? The Prime Minister, Cabinet Minister of the Prime Minister's choice, and who was the other member? Leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. So, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha would come from an opposition party. So, how can the opposition parties say that because we are not in power, we are not answerable to people, we don't do anything in the government? Because even if you are in the opposition, you are still playing a role in how the government works. Because leaders of oppositions are still members of many important committees. You can talk about appointment committee of the Lokpal. You can talk about appointment committee over here. You can talk about all these committees. The CBI, all these committees do have at least one member from the opposition. So when there's a political party that is not in power, but one of their members is playing a key role in appointment process, obviously they should also come under RTI. So there are logic given to both these sides. Logic by political parties is one, logic by some other people or activists is some other. But the reality where we stand today is political parties do not come under RTI. The reason is simple. Who will make the law to bring political parties under RTI? Just think of that. Who will make the law to bring political parties under RTI? The political parties themselves, right? Why would they bring a law to bring themselves under RTI? As simple as that. If your parents tell you that you make a law for yourself, that you can't go out, you can't party, you can't use mobile phone, you can't watch TV, would you make that law? Would you make that rule in your house? Obviously not. So why would the political parties whose members are in the parliament themselves make a law that yes, we are putting restrictions on us? So that is why they are not under the RTI. I'll tell you something interesting. Basically, the only thing on which every political party agrees, or there are few things on which political parties usually agree. This is one of those things. Every political party agrees that okay, will not come under RTI. I'll give you one more example. Whenever there is a law that talks about increasing the salary of members of parliament, whenever there is such a law to increase the salary of members of parliament, every single time you will see no discussion. Within 2 minutes, the law passes. Within 2 minutes. Every party says, yes, this is very important. National interest, let's pass the law right now. So they increase their salary whenever they want. They don't really have to take permission from anyone because they have that power. So it's not that political parties will always go against each other. There are a lot of things on which the political parties agree, especially when it suits their interest. Salary, hiding information, and it's all the same. Doesn't matter which government it is, doesn't matter which country or state you're talking about, all these come together mostly. Then comes the second question. Political parties not under RTI, fine. Then comes the second question. What about judiciary? Is judiciary under RTI? Can you ask questions to judiciary or can you not? Now, it's a difficult question to answer because it is actually quite complicated. Is judiciary under RTI or not? The answer is actually both yes and no. The answer is both yes, and I'll tell you how. Listen to this very carefully. Listen to this very carefully. Now, have you heard of former Chief Justice of India, Ranjan Gogoi? I'm sure you have heard his name, right? Former Chief Justice of India Ranjan Gogoi. You would have heard his name. Okay, okay. So basically, Ranjan Gogoi, when he was a Chief Justice of India, when he was about to retire, usually what happens, and it's a very common kind of a thing, you will see whenever any judge or a government servant is about to retire, they will take a lot of big decisions before retirement. A lot of big decisions. Why? Because see, everyone has this thought in their mind that I want to leave a legacy behind. I want people to remember me because of something I did. So a lot of people usually near their retirement will take a lot of huge decisions, even though the time may not be right, but they will take a lot of huge decisions. I'll give you an example of Ranjan Gogoi. Ayodhya judgment was given in his last few days. He was just about to retire after a few days as a Chief Justice of India. He made it a point that no, I will give the Ayodhya judgment no matter what. During his time, there was this debate whether judiciary should be under RTI or not. He thought, I am anyways retiring, it will not impact me. So before retiring, he gave the order that Supreme Court Chief Justice will be under the RTI. Because again, he was retiring, so he did not have anything to do with that. He had no problem. So it was Justice Ranjan Gogoi that gave this order that Supreme Court's Chief Justice of India office would be under RTI, meaning that you can ask questions from the Chief Justice of India, but the problem here is there is no clarity what kind of questions can you ask and what kind of questions can you not ask. There is still no clarity on that. For example, it is assumed that you cannot ask a question about an ongoing case. Basically, if you read Indian polity, you will see that Chief Justice of India is also the administrative head of the court. Chief Justice of India is also the administrative head of the Supreme Court. What do you mean by administrative head? In simple terms, to run the Supreme Court, any appointment that has to be done, apart from the judges, if you leave the judges apart from the judges, any appointment, there are hundreds of people who work in the Supreme Court at different levels. There are so many people helping the Supreme Court to run efficiently. So apart from the judges, every single thing in the Supreme Court, every single appointment in the Supreme Court is done by the Chief Justice of India. He is the administrative head of the court. So the Chief Justice of India, as the administrative head of the court, you can ask questions to him, but you cannot ask questions about pending cases in the form of RTI. So yes, the Chief Justice of India's office is open to RTI, but so far there has not been any clarity on that. Why? I'll tell you. As I said, Justice Ranjan Gogoi decided this in his last few days as the judge, and then he retired. Because again, maybe he wanted to do something for that so that people remember him. After that, when he retired, other Chief Justice of India who came to the position did not talk about this. They thought just ignore this. If we don't talk about this, people will forget about this so that no RTI is filed. So after him, whoever became the Chief Justice never talked about it. That what should be the law, what should not be the law. It happens, right? You do something wrong in your house and your parents come back. You don't even talk about it. You ignore this, hoping that your parents will not even see. They will ignore what happened. That is what your hope is. That is what the Chief Justice of India also, after Justice Ranjan Gogoi, hoped for. That we'll not even talk about it. Let's not make any rules. So there is no clarity on that. What can be asked, what cannot be asked. It is an assumption that only administrative things, etc., can be asked. But again, no RTI as such has been filed. Now, what did the Chief Justice of India at that time said? Justice Ranjan Gogoi had said that Chief Justice of India is a public authority, so you can ask questions, but RTI should not be used as a surveillance tool. Means don't keep asking us questions about the cases to keep an eye on the Supreme Court. You have to keep in mind that the Supreme Court or the judiciary has to be independent. You can ask questions to bring good governance, but you cannot ask questions which will hinder the working of the Supreme Court. Also, this is a very important point. Disclosure of details of serving judges' personal asset is now not a violation of their right to privacy. Now, what do you mean by this? Basically, before Justice Ranjan Gogoi had said that Chief Justice of India office is under RTI, many people earlier had filed an RTI asking for assets of judges, means how much property does a judge own, how much money does a judge have, etc. And all those RTIs were rejected, saying that no, this is a personal matter of the judges, we cannot tell you how much property one judge owns, etc. But now, after this, it is assumed that now you can ask questions about the assets also that are owned by the judges, because they are in public authority, so that you can keep an eye on whether there is a judge whose assets are increasing considerably. Because you all know there is something called disproportionate asset case. You all would have heard of it. Disproportionate asset case. Have you heard of this? Okay, those who have not, I'll tell you. If you are a politician in India and you don't have a disproportionate asset case with you, then you are not a real politician. All real politicians have a disproportionate asset case against them. If not, then I don't think you're a real politician. So basically, what is a disproportionate asset case? In simple terms, the assets that you have, property, the money that you have, does not match with your salary. For example, let's say you are someone who earns 80,000 rupees per month salary. Let's take an example. You have a salary of 80,000 rupees per month. Your family background is middle class, so you don't have a very rich father, just normal working class people, and you have this salary. However, you have a private jet, and you own a private island also. Would there be something wrong here, or is it fine? Can you afford private jet, private island, world tours on 80,000 rupees salary? Most probably not, right? This is an example of disproportionate asset, means the asset that you have do not match with your income, and you are not able to explain from where are you getting all this money. You can't explain the source from where are you getting this money. This is called disproportionate asset case. I'll give you a real example. uh, if you are from Tamil Nadu, you would know it well. So, late Jayalalitha, when she was a chief minister, she had a case against her of disproportionate asset. She, in fact, was disqualified, and thus she had to leave the post of chief minister also, because she was found guilty in the disproportionate asset case. Come to Uttar Pradesh, again, late Mulayam Singh Yadav, he also had a case of disproportionate asset against him. That in this salary, how can you have this much property or this much money? So all of these at the end are examples of disproportionate asset. Similar is the case here, that you should keep a track of people in the public domain, that such as the judges, if their assets are increasing. For example, I'll tell you one more thing. I don't know how many of you know this or not. Do you know? Do you know uh, that every member of parliament, every single year at the beginning of the year, if you're a Lok Sabha member, at the beginning of the year, you have to submit a detail of your assets to the Lok Sabha speaker. Do you know that? Do you know that every member of Lok Sabha, every year when the year starts, they have to submit a list of their asset, how much money they have, how much property they have, how much money in their bank account, how much jewelry they have. They have to submit all those details at the beginning of every year to the Lok Sabha speaker. Do you know why? So that you can keep a track. For example, someone this year submitted that I have 5 crore rupees in my bank account. Fine, not a problem. And next year, the guy submits that now I have 500 crore rupees in my bank account. So there is something wrong that happened in that year, right? How can you go from 5 to 500 crore all of a sudden? So there has to be something wrong, unless you maybe invested in bitcoins or whatever. Sorry, Bitcoin would be 500 to 5, whatever. So anyway, if something like that actually happens, then there has to be someone to keep a track. So that disproportionate asset case comes to light. This is why it actually is an important provision. Lakshmi is saying, I think she is a judge now. Lakshmi, Jayalalitha is no more. She is not a judge, at least not in this world. So, no, she's not a judge. She's no more. Anyways, let's go ahead. And not a judge that I know of. If judge somewhere else, maybe I don't know. Not a judge in the life that we are in. Now, what exactly are the challenges that we have? Challenges about keeping judiciary under RTI. Challenges of having judiciary under RTI. First, lack of clarity. As I said, there has not been any talk about it ever since Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi gave the decision, retired, and then he thought, let the other people fight over it because my job is done. I'm going. I'll give you one more very interesting example. Uh, it's a very similar example to a person who has lost his job or who is going to lose his job but wants to do something so that the world remembers him. I'll give you another example. Um, have you heard the name? I'm sure you have heard the name VP Singh, ex Prime Minister of India, VP Singh. You all would have heard the name, right? VP Singh, Vishnath Pratap Singh, the Prime Minister of India. Okay, so I'll tell you some very interesting thing about VP Singh. So what happened was the government of VP Singh was a coalition government. Okay, now listen to this very carefully. It was a coalition government. So in a coalition government, many small parties had come together to bring about or to actually take Congress out of the power. These small parties had come together, thought that we will now come together and make this party. So what happened was VP Singh was the prime minister. He was being supported by multiple parties. Out of these multiple parties, there were two interesting parties. One party was the BJP, and one party was the RJD. BJP, all of you know. RJD, those who don't know, is the party of Lalu Prasad Yadav. So RJD, I don't know, that is Lalu Prasad Yadav's party. So what happened was, I'll tell you something very interesting. What happened was, this was a time when VP Singh was the prime minister. Under BJP, Lal Krishna Advani, LK Advani, their leader, he started a Rath Yatra. The Rath Yatra was supposed to be a yatra that will end at Ayodhya, and it would be about, this yatra would be about encouraging people to build the Ram temple. That was the entire idea. So his yatra started, it went from one state to the other state, third state, fourth state, and then his yatra entered Bihar. When his yatra entered Bihar, the chief minister of Bihar was Lalu Prasad Yadav. Now, understand, Lalu Prasad Yadav, RJD, and the BJP are in the same team at the center level because they are still the part of the same government. VP Singh is the prime minister. But when this Rath Yatra entered Bihar, Lalu Prasad Yadav, who was the chief minister, he said, I cannot allow this yatra because it will lead to riots, it will lead to some problems. So Lalu Prasad Yadav, he arrested LK Advani. He arrested LK Advani. He thought that I'll stop the yatra, I'll arrest him. Now what happened was, Lalu Prasad Yadav, as the chief minister of Bihar, had already announced that I will arrest LK Advani if the yatra comes to Bihar. And VP Singh, who was the prime minister, he knew that as soon as one of my partners arrests second partner, obviously the coalition will be gone. Obviously the BJP will say, we are not a part of coalition anymore because your friend is arresting us, right? It is very logical. So VP Singh, who was the prime minister, he knew that his government will not last long. It is just a matter of few days. As soon as this BJP Rath Yatra enters Bihar, he will be arrested and the government will be gone. He knew it. So he had this idea that he wanted to do something again so that people remember him, so that when he is gone, he is still remembered. And what did he do in his last few days as the prime minister? What did he do? He brought to light the Mandal Commission report. He implemented the Mandal Commission report, which changed the politics of India with OBC reservation. The OBC reservation of 27% was introduced at the time of VP Singh when he was just about to leave his office. Just about to leave his office. He did not really have a long time to go. All of this was done at the time when VP Singh was the prime minister. No, Abhijit. NHRC was introduced when PV Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. That is 1992. That's separate. So again, I'm not saying right or wrong. You can take your own call whether was it right, whether was it wrong, whether OBC reservation was right or wrong. That depends upon you. But the story is Mandal Commission did not give its report then. Mandal Commission had already given the report 10 years back. After 10 years, all of a sudden, a prime minister says, I will implement the report because he knew that he was about to leave the office as the prime minister. He might never come back to power. So he wanted to do something to leave a legacy. So this leaving a legacy thing is a very strong thing. You saw this with Justice Ranjan Gogoi. You saw this with the prime minister. Maybe when you become the IAS officer and when you are about to retire, maybe you will also do something like that. That before I retire, let me build something here so that people remember me. It does happen. That is how humans are. You want people to remember you. So, first problem, there is lack of clarity. Lack of clarity means, as I said, no clarity on what kind of questions can be asked from the judiciary, what is allowed, what is not allowed. Second big problem, administrative burden. Means, what if one by one, a lot of RTIs are filed in the Supreme Court? We already have so many pending cases in the courts right now. By the way, how many pending cases do we have in India? Overall, not the Supreme Court. Any idea how many pending cases we have in India? Okay, I'll not take someone's name, but someone just said 202 cases. And someone said 25,000. I wish it was 25,000. It is close to 4.5 crore. Close to 4.5 crores. I'll tell you how to do it. I'll tell you where to look for it. It's very simple. On Google, just type this. Go to Google, type this. National Judicial Data Grid. Just type this on Google and you will get to know. This is a portal maintained by the government where you will get to know exact number of cases pending at any point of the day, any day. You just type this on Google, in short, NJDG. It maintains the record of what exactly are the number of cases or how exactly are the number of cases that are pending right now. So when we have so many pending cases, out of these, if you look at the Supreme Court only has close to 80,000 pending cases. 80,000. So when we already have 80,000 pending cases in the Supreme Court, on top of that, you also bring the RTI, it will just increase the administrative burden. That is also a big problem. Ajay, I'll repeat this for you. First point was lack of clarity. As I said, the lack of clarity part is there is no clarity on what kind of questions can be asked to Chief Justice of India and what cannot be asked. Justice Ranjan Gogoi did not give that clarity. And after that, also, there is no clarity on what kind of questions from the Chief Justice of India can be asked. Can you ask question about ongoing cases? Can you ask question about appointment of judges? Can you ask question about other things? There is no clarity on that so far. Now comes another topic that we had to discuss yesterday. Again, pretty important. Something called the Official Secrets Act, OSA. Official Secrets Act of 1923. As the name suggests, as you can see, the British introduced the Official Secrets Act. The idea was very simple. The British did not want Indian newspapers to publish news about the British government. Because what were the Indian newspapers doing? You have read in history that Indian newspapers, Indian media played a major role in igniting people to fight for independence. We fought for independence because we were connected to the freedom struggle. We were connected to the freedom struggle because of all these articles in the newspaper. So the British government did not want Indians to read about the failure of the government, to read about what is happening. Thus, they wanted to control what the newspapers publish and what the newspapers do not publish. This is why in 1923, they introduced something called the Official Secrets Act. The idea was very simple. The idea was, if you publish something regarding the government, and the government says it is a secret, then you will be punished for publishing that. As simple as that. The British government said that every government document is a secret, no matter what. This becomes a problem. Today, also, this law is misused. Today, this law is misused for two big ways. I'll tell you two ways in which this law is still misused. One way, we already discussed the RTI. One misuses the RTI. How? As we said, the problem is when you file an RTI and the government does not want to give out that information to you. The government will just say it is an official secret and thus we will not give this information to you. So Official Secret Act allows a government an excuse not to share information with the public. That is first problem. Second big problem is it is used against journalists quite a lot. Journalists are attacked with it. How? When there are certain journalists, real journalists, not the ones who shout on the TV, when there are certain journalists who investigate a certain case, if let's say they bring out something, if they bring out a scam from the government side, if they bring out a document from the government side, the government also threatens them that if you publish this document, we will punish you. Why? Because this is an official secret. So you will see every few months, every few weeks, there is a news like this that you see here that some journalists or the other are arrested, some journalists are punished. Why? Because the government says that they have disclosed or leaked the official documents. So the Official Secret Act remains a big weapon in the hands of the government, wherein the government can decide who to punish, how to punish, why to punish. And this has been a problem in implementation of the RTI law as well. This law, the Official Secrets Act, deals with two things mainly. First, spying or espionage. Spying, as you know, getting to know information. Espionage means again the same thing. Spying, sending someone just to reveal information. And the second part of the law is disclosure of secret information of the government. So if you disclose the secret information of the government to anyone, or you spy on the government, in both of these cases, you will be charged under this act. What is a big problem with the act? The biggest issue with the act is there is no proper definition of official secret. This is the biggest problem with the act. There is no proper definition. What do you mean by official secret information? Can the government randomly say that a particular document is an official secret? Or, or there are some rules to be followed? There are no proper set of rules that are followed by the government. They can just randomly say this is an official secret. Although there is something called Manual of Departmental Security Instruction 1994. But the government has a free hand to go beyond that as well. If the government thinks that a certain document is important for national security, for India's sovereignty, they can name that document as an official secret. Third, both the people who are communicating the information and the person receiving the information can be charged under this act. So it's not just the person who has stolen the information. If you steal the information and you share it with someone else, that person will also be punished and you will also be punished. All these are provisions of the Official Secrets Act, also called as the OSA. As I said, the story goes back to the time of the British era. The earlier version of this law, the initial version of the law, was actually in 1889. Then it was called the Indian Official Secrets Act. Again, the idea was very simple, to make sure that people, or mainly the newspaper journalists, etc., they do not oppose British policies. They do not go ahead and publish a lot in the newspaper. By the way, have you read history, modern history? Have you read modern history? If you have, or if you have not, either way, do you remember what was a Vernacular Press Act? Remember Vernacular Press Act? What was this? What was that? What was the Vernacular Press Act? Curbing the freedom of press. How exactly were they curbing the freedom of press? No, okay. I think all of you have a half idea. Some are saying public, suppress, local newspaper. Okay, wait. It was not about language barrier. I think you are getting it wrong. Wait. Let me explain. Let me explain what this was. So basically, the law was Vernacular Press Act. The law was simple that before publishing anything, the newspapers first have to take permission from the government. So, for example, the newspaper will make a first draft, rough copy, submit it to the government. The government will see, okay, now you can publish. What happened as a result of this? Because this act was only applicable because his act was only applicable to the local languages, because it was only applicable to local languages, a lot of the newspapers then shifted to English all of a sudden. Because it was only applicable to vernacular language and local language, shift most of the newspapers shifted to English language overnight because it was not applicable to them. So British wanted to curb the freedom of press in some other way also, because the Vernacular Press Act just itself was not working. So then they started this time or this plan of the Official Secret Act as well. This act was amended later on. It became even more strict. In 1923, a newer version of this act was made called the Official Secrets Act that we have even today. I always find this extremely interesting that the acts that the British had introduced to keep a check on our freedom fighters are used even today by our own governments. The governments who claim to worship the freedom fighters. So the same freedom fighters who were sent to prison under the acts by the British, the same acts are still being used, are still being employed by the government just because they are using it for their own bend. There are multiple examples of that. This is not the only one. There are multiple examples of these kind of laws still existing because the government thinks that now those acts can be used in their best interest. Now, what are the issues with the act? As I said, first issue with the act, the Right to Information Act. Under the Section 8, Section 9 of RTI Act, the RTI Act says government can refuse information if it is a part of official secret. That is the biggest problem with the RTI law. Whenever you ask any question to the government thinks that no, this information is bad for us, it is harmful for us, we will not give it to anyone. The government can just say this is a part of Official Secret Act. And that document will forever be confidential and people will not get their hands on it. Second big problem, misinterpretation of breach of national security. Meaning that the Section 5 of this act says that if there is a danger to India's national security, we will make the document confidential. Let me repeat. Section 5 of the Official Secrets Act says if there is a danger to India's national security, we will not allow that particular document to go out in the public. This section has been misused quite a lot to book journalists, to bring them into the prison, etc. Because whenever they publish any information, the government just has to argue that this is against India's national interest. Because of this, the government has been able to curb the freedom of a lot of journalists. And that is why there are multiple committees and commissions that have suggested that the Official Secret Act or OSA should be removed, it should be curtailed, but the government has not done this so far. Because the idea is simple, no government would want to reduce its power. Every government at the end of the day is in power to increase what is in their hand. They don't let go of power. That is why it is not really advisable, it is not really possible or practical to expect the government to give away all these powers. Just one last thing about OSA. There are certain suggestions given of how to improve OSA. In 1971, the Law Commission gave a report in which the Law Commission said that just because a circular is marked as secret or confidential, it should not automatically come under the Official Secret Act if it is published. Again, just because government says that a circular, a notice is confidential, even if someone publishes it, automatically you should not charge the person under the Official Secrets Act, because the Official Secrets Act has a very, very tough law. You would have it very hard to actually come out on bail. Second ARC has also given certain recommendations. We discussed earlier, second ARC has suggested, that is the Second Administrative Reforms Commission, has suggested that OSA should be repealed. We should not have a law like the OSA. And in the end, in 2015 also, the government had set up a committee to look into the Official Secrets Act, not to repeal the act, but how to make the RTI law better with respect to the act. But even then, nothing really has been changed. So there have been multiple committees, multiple commissions that have been appointed so far, but nothing really has changed out of it. The Official Secret Act still remains like the way it is. This is where we had to end the last class for yesterday. Now we will start the second module that was supposed to start today. Let me quickly take up a few questions. Uh, Guys, second ARC, as I said yesterday also, I don't know why you don't remember. I said yesterday also, for second ARC, we have a separate class altogether. So there is no point of asking question on second ARC right now. If you want, I can answer questions in 5 minutes and then leave the entire chapter for second ARC if you want it like that. But I don't think that you would like that. So let's have proper ARC class when the time comes. There is no point of discussing about ARC right now. Okay. Then I have a question from Karthika is saying, explain some facts about Law Commission. Law Commission is a commission that has been formed by the government to reform or to give suggestions of how to reform certain laws in India. As simple as that. Law commissions give a lot of reports. Most of them are implemented. Some of them are actually just forgotten by the government. They just give recommendation on different laws, which law to repeal, which law to make better, which law to improve. Simple. Okay. The next thing, or the module number 2 that we had to discuss, is called transparency. In transparency, we will be discussing couple of things here in module number 2. We will be discussing about something called the Citizens Charter, and we'll be discussing something called the CAG, that is a Comptroller and the Auditor General. These are the two things that will be discussed. Let's start with the first one, that is a Citizens Charter. How many of you have heard about Citizens Charter? How many of you have heard the name? What is it? What does it look like? Has any one of you heard of it? Some might have, some might not have. That's absolutely fine. Okay. Those who have heard, great. Those who have not heard, don't worry. Let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you. So let's assume that you go to a post office. Okay. Now, when you go to a post office, you see on the walls, on one of the walls of the post office, there would be this big board that would be set up. Now, in this board, it will tell you what are the services offered by the post office. Like it would say ordinary post, then it would say speed post, then it would say, let's say something like money order, parcel, etc., etc. So for example, it will have a kind of all these documents or all these subjects, services that they offer. Then they would also tell you in how many days will the service be offered. For example, ordinary post, it will reach, let's say, 15 days. Speed post, 3 days. Money order, let's assume 10 days. Parcel, let's assume 20 days. These are the random numbers. And let's assume they're also telling you the cost. What exactly will be the cost of this? 20, 40, 50, whatever. This is the simplest version of a citizen's charter. This is the simplest version of a citizen's charter, meaning that citizen's charter is a document that tells the citizens what are the services offered by a government department, in how much time can they expect the services to be given to them, and also in the end, it will say that if the services promised to you are not delivered on time or in a satisfactory manner, this is the email ID, this is the phone number where you can call and complain. This is called Citizens Charter. In other words, it is a kind of an assurance of service delivery to the citizens. It is a service delivery assurance to the citizens. Citizens are told that you go and you will be given these services. Now, tell me something. Let's assume money is not a problem. Let's not talk about money right now. Let's say if money is not a problem. Today, if you have to courier something, send something from one place to the other, document or something, would you go to the post office or would you go to, let's say, Blue Dart or DTDC or these private ones? Where would you go? Would you go to Blue Dart, DTDC, etc.? Would you go to post office? If money is not really a problem, not comparing with money. In almost all the cases, you will go to the private sector. In almost all cases, you will go to the private sector. Because the perception is the service of post office may not be up to the mark. They might be slightly cheaper, but there's no assurity that the packet will reach on time, the parcel will reach on time, the document, etc. All of these. Now, this has two problems. First problem is, obviously, you are moving too much towards private sector, so the government sector now is taking a beating. The government's earning from post office and all these departments is coming down. Second problem again is government doesn't have enough money to support the employees of the post office. So in short, government has realized this problem that unless they improve the service given in the public departments, given in the government offices, they can't expect the people to come back and take their services. This is how the idea of Citizens Charter starts. Citizens Charter, CC that is in simple terms a declaration. It's a set of commitments, promises made to the citizens, to the clients, that these are the services we will offer. In this much time, we will offer the services so that you can be rest assured you've come to us and we will give you these services. The idea is simple: to empower the citizens, to bring much more confidence into them when it comes to using government services. Shashank is saying, I'm an employee of post office. So Shashank, I'm talking in your behalf. Guys, if you don't go to post office, Shashank will not be able to get the salary. So please make sure that you go to post office, and next time there will be Shashank to take your order. He will make sure that everything is working on time, right? So that Shashank can get the salary on time and the incentive also. So basically, this is where Citizen Starter actually comes in. So Citizen Starter, and it is not just about the post office. Post office was the first example that came at the top of my mind. But in most of the government offices, you will see this kind of a document that is called the Citizen Starter. I'll give you two examples of Citizen Starter in this class. This is the first example. This is a very short Citizen Charter. Look at this. This is a Citizen Charter of a government college. This is how it looks like. See what does it say? It says what are the services offered. Number one, admission. Then prospectus. Third, identity card, library card. Fourth, duplicate ID card. Five, college magazine, character certificate, etc. Then it says in how much time period would the service be offered. For example, character certificate, same day as the application. Ratification of internal assessment within 2 days of reporting. Admission as per the university schedule. Prospectus 5 days before the commencement of schedule. All of these are time periods that are given. The charter also says who is the concerned official, means who is the official who is responsible for these things. Why? So that if these services are not given, so that if within the time period you don't get these services, you know who is responsible. You know which official should be punished or should not be punished. This is a usual form of a citizen's charter. It can be slightly different in different departments or different ministries. It really depends on how the government or how that particular ministry wants the charter to look like, but it is usually in the same form. Citizens Charter is one of the easiest topics to understand. And every 2 or 3 years, you will get at least one question on Citizens Charter in the mains examination. It's not very difficult. It's a pretty easy question to answer. In the mains examination, you usually get questions on citizens charter. Now, let's go back to where it all started. So the idea of citizens charter actually starts in UK. In UK in 1991, they started this idea that we should have some kind of a citizens charter. The idea of citizens charter would be very easy. The idea was simple, that we should have certain promises that are to be made to the citizens or to the people who are coming in to get government services, to assure them what are the government services that should be given to them. In India, the idea was first adopted in May 1997. There was this meeting of chief ministers of various states and UTs. It was said that, okay, let's begin this idea, let's start this. So, in the first stage, some banks were chosen. In the first stage, as an experiment, some banks were chosen, that let's have some banks, and in those banks we can have the citizen charter. Now if you go to a bank, you would see again similar kind of a board as a post office. It would tell you what are services offered by the bank: opening up of account, making a draft, closing of account, FD, RD, locker, all these things would be written, and they would again tell you the time period within which the service will be given. So in how many days the service will be given, all that will be written in the banks. That is a bank citizen charter. In India, the experiment started in 1997. It continues even today. Now, who is responsible in India for making the citizen charter? The responsibility of making, coordinating, helping the government departments to make a citizen charter is with a department called Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. In short, DARPG. DARPG, or Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. This is the government department responsible for helping, coordinating, and making sure that all these citizen charters are made. Now, the problem with the citizen charter is, in fact, the biggest problem with the citizen charter is, these charters do not have any legal backing. When we say they don't have a legal backing, what do I mean? The idea is simple. Let's say Citizens Charter promised you that if you book a speed post in the post office, within 3 days, it will reach anywhere in the country wherever you want to send it. So let's say you booked a speed post in Delhi, and you then went ahead and wanted to ensure that the speed post reaches, let's say, Puducherry within 3 days. Now, if for some reason the parcel does not reach Puducherry within 3 days, if for some reason the promise made to you in the charter was not fulfilled, what option do you have? Can you go to the court? No. Why? Because the charters don't have any legal backing. You might be able to complain in that department. The email ID, phone number will be given to you. You might be able to complain there, but you can't go to the court. You can't involve the law. Why? Because the citizens charter don't have any legal backing. They do not have any law behind it. That is the biggest problem with citizens charter. Not legally enforceable. So even if you see that promises are made in the citizens charter, nothing really is fulfilled. Government of India this is very recent, in fact, Government of India recently has made a citizens charter website as well. Those who are asking me about the ministry that it comes under, this is the Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pension. Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions. This is the ministry that it comes under. That is the DRPJ department. This is the website of the Citizens Charter. If you just Google it, you will see. On this website, you will be able to see Citizens Charters of lot of different government departments. This is what the website also tells you. That the idea of Citizens Charter first came up in 1991 in UK. Then it was adopted by other countries as well. In UK, when this Citizens Charter movement started, everyone thought that Citizens Charter should have quality mentioned, that what is the quality of services that will be given. Choices should be given to people. What are different types of choices? What are the standards of services to be given? What is the value? How much money do you have to pay? Who will be accountable? for providing you a certain service, and transparency also. That is, if, for example, the promises made to you are not fulfilled, what was the reason behind that? That is how it was first envisaged in UK, that we should have a citizen charter that should include all these things. Every country not every, but most countries adopted this idea in their own way. India also has adopted the idea of citizen charter in our own way. Our citizen charter is slightly different from this, but we have adopted this in our own way. Let's come to Indian citizen charter. How does the citizen charter in India look? In India, citizens charter usually have these things. What does it have? In the beginning, citizen charter will tell you what is the mission and the vision statement of the organization. What does it want to achieve? Second, it will tell you what are the services offered, what are the business that is conducted by this department, who are the clients who can take the services, what are the services that are offered, details of grievance redressal. Grievance redressal means if you have a complaint. If you have a complaint, meaning that if you have a complaint that your query was not solved, if you have a complaint that the service was not given to you within the set time period, then who do you call, who do you mail? That detail is also given. There are also expectations from the client, means when you come and you ask for a service, what are the expectations from you, that are also given. I'll show you one more example, it will be much more clear then. Expectation can be how much fee do you have to pay, how do you have to write the application, in what way, what form do you have to fill. All these are expectations from the clients, and it may have certain additional details of the compensation also. Compensation means, let's assume the service that you wanted was not given to you. Will you be compensated in return? Will you get some money out of it? This is what the usual citizen charter is. I'll show you one more citizen charter. It will be much more clear then. Let's look at this citizen charter. Let's look at this citizen charter. So this, as you see on the screen, is a citizen's charter of Department of Higher Education of the Government of India. This is in soft copy PDF form, so that you can see how a detailed citizen charter looks like one by one. First, it talks about the vision, means what do they want to achieve. Their vision is to realize India's human resource potential to the fullest in the higher education sector. Simple. Please remember, you do not have to remember these citizens' charters one by one. The UPSC will not ask you what is written in which citizens' charter. These are just examples I am showing to you. This is how citizens' charter looks like. But you don't have to remember what is written in which citizens' charter. You just have to understand the overall general idea of what is a citizen's charter, usually what is included in the citizen's charter, what is not, usually what are the components of the citizen's charter. This is what you have to focus on. You don't have to remember one by one each individual citizen charter. That is not the objective. I'm just showing you this as an example. They also have their mission. Mission is, for example, to provide higher opportunities or better opportunities to people in higher education, support institutions, civil societies, initiate better policies, programs. All of these are mission statements that the Department of Higher Education wants to achieve in India. Then, as I said, Indian citizen charters also include what are the clients, means who can take services of these organizations. So, who are the clients? Who are the services? Or who are the people who can take services? Citizens of India, students, people's representative. People representative would be MPs, MLAs. They can take services, government departments, etc. All of these can take services from the Department of Higher Education. What are the services that they offer? There's a list of that as well. For example, what do they offer? Release of funds under different schemes of the government, granting scholarships, requesting processing of application for vacancies, giving response to any query, giving payment to the vendors. All these are services that they offer. And as you can see, time period also has been given. That within what time period will the service be given? Within 21 days, scholarships will be given. Within 25 days, grants will be given. That is how a usual citizen charter looks like. Mission, vision, what are the clients, what are the services that we offer. Then grievance redressal. Grievance redressal means if you are not happy with the services given, maybe the promise that was given to you was not fulfilled. The promise of 25 days, 30 days, 40 days, whatever the promise was not fulfilled. Maybe you have a complaint with that. Or maybe the request that you sent, something wrong happened, the request was not fulfilled, whatever is the reason. If you have a grievance word means you have a complaint. Redressal means how to resolve the complaint. So for complaint resolution, what can you do? It tells you the email ID where you can go and complain. It tells you phone number also where you can go and complain. It also tells you the process of filing a complaint here. That is how an ideal citizen's charter in India looks like. Most government departments would have their own kind of citizens charters, depending upon what the government is doing, what the department is offering. Again, you don't have to remember all the individual citizens charters. It also tells you what are the expectations from the clients. If you are coming there in the Department of Higher Education, what is expected from you? For example, whatever query you ask should be clear and specific. All the stakeholders should send relevant information in time. Release of funds should be demanded with all the relevant documents. So again, it's mostly about when you apply for something, fill up the form, write properly, specifically, and then we can help you out. These are the expectations they have set from the clients or their own stakeholders. This is an example of a citizen charter of the Department of Higher Education. This was last reviewed in April 2020. So citizen charter ideally should be reviewed from time to time. This was last reviewed in April of 2020. Now, this was a simple idea about citizen charter. Now, coming to the problematic part of it. Citizen charter on paper looks like a very good idea, right? You go to a government office, they will promise you something that we will do it within this time frame. You will be very happy because usually, what is the image of government office in your mind? The image of government office in most people's mind is you will go there, they'll be having lunch. Shashank, I'm not talking about you, don't worry. So you'll go there, they'll be having lunch and they'll tell you, okay, come back tomorrow, come back day after tomorrow. You have that kind of an image, right? Again, this is not a generalized version. I'm not saying everyone is like that. But again, you would have met some people who have formed this image. That is a big, big problem with government offices. And that is why you don't prefer going there. For example, I'll give you a very simple example. You go to State Bank of India during the lunchtime, no one will be working because it's lunchtime for everyone. You go to a private bank, they also have lunch, but there is no lunch time. So they have lunch in such a manner that two people, three people have lunch, then next two, three people will go, the next two, three people will go, so that there is no gap in between. So that they can actually make sure that the service is still being offered, as simple as that. So that is a big difference between the two, between why people don't want to go to government offices, because they think that it will not be worth their time. Citizen charter is an idea that tries to solve that problem. It will increase people's trust in the government and the government departments, and it will also bring more revenue to the government. See, the government is losing out on a lot of revenue when you don't offer government services, when you only offer private sector. Government is also losing out on money. They don't want that to happen. So they would also want people to come in and take their services. That also remains a big problem. First big problem, bureaucratic mindset. We discussed about it yesterday also. Most people working in the government at the bureaucratic level would not really want to go beyond their job, because see, you look at it from their point of view. Again, I am not blaming any individual. Please understand this very clearly. I am not blaming any individual. Lakhs and crores of people work very hard for many years so that they can get a government job in India. Getting any job in India is very tough, very, very, very tough, just because of the scale of our population. So I respect every individual who has got any job. Government job, private job, it is not easy to get a job in India, as simple as that. Getting a government job, even at the lower level, is very hard. Do you know a couple of years back, or not couple of years, 4 years back, do you know there was a railway exam? And this is all true. There was a railway exam of grade D. Grade D means clerk, etc. Do you know how many people applied? In the railway exam grade D, 2 crore people applied. 2 crore. Just imagine. There are so many countries in the world who don't even have a population of 2 crore, who will not even have 2 crore people in their entire country. But in India, when there's an exam, 2 crore people applied. So just imagine that. So I have a lot of respect for everyone who goes and gets a government job, however the person gets it. So I'm not blaming any individual. The problem from their point of view is you would work harder in a job, or you would go the extra mile in the job when you know that you will be rewarded for it, right? I'll give you a simple example. In normal day-to-day life, why would you wake up at 4 a.m. every day? Normal life, would you wake up at 4 a.m. every day? There is, in most probability, you will not wake up at 4 a.m. every day, right? You will wake up if there's an incentive attached to it. Maybe the incentive can be that you will, let's say, get some money out of it. For some people, the incentive can be, let's say, you will be healthy. For some people, to attend a class, to go to college, to catch a flight, etc. But you don't wake up at that time every single time because you don't have an incentive attached to it. So you don't want to go the extra mile. Similar is the case with the government official. So when a government official is working properly, giving all his heart, the problem is, even if that government official works very hard, does a lot of things properly, he will get promotion at the same time as someone else will get, even though they were not doing anything extra. There are two people. One goes to the office at 10, comes back at 6. Other person goes to office at 9, comes back at 10 in the night, does everything. Both of these are at the same post. They will get the promotion at the same time. There will not be any disparity. So why would a person then go the extra mile? This is a big problem with the bureaucratic mindset and in most of the things related to the government, including the citizen startup. Second big problem, limited consultation. What do you mean by limited consultation? Before the citizen charter are made, hardly anyone is consulted. The ideal way should be, for example, if you are making a citizen charter for, let's say, the post office, at least consult those people who come to post office, take their services regularly, who come there every single day or every second, third day, who know what should be allowed, what should be given, what should not be given. But the consultation is almost nil. No penal provision means no penalty for officers who don't fulfill the obligations. No penalty for those who are not fulfilling the obligations. For example, let's say, and to us, if you go to post office, you book a speed post. Now, our Shashank will be able to tell me better. I don't know. The last time I went to post office 10, 12 years ago, the rule was that speed post will reach within 3 days everywhere. Shashank, is it still 3 days? Or is it now 2 days? I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. The last time I went to post office about a decade ago, it used to be that 3 days is a time limit within which the speed post will reach anywhere. Now, I don't know what is this now. Now, okay, Shashank, still 3 days. Okay, so 3 days till now. So let's assume you book a speed post and the law is, or the rule is, within 3 days it will reach wherever it has to. Now let's assume the third day it reaches the city wherever I had to send it. But in that city, to deliver that to your house is the responsibility of the postman, right? Let's say within 3 days from Delhi to Puducherry, I have booked it. The postman now has to deliver it to the house. Now, what if the postman doesn't deliver it? What if the postman thinks, oh, let me do it tomorrow, let me keep it with myself, let me do this, let me do that? There is no penalty on that. There is no penal provision for not following the citizen starter. That is a big problem. If you don't have a penal provision, you will not force people to work. See, there are two ways to force people to work in any company. You either put penalty or you give incentive. There are two ways in which you can force people to work. Either put a penalty for not doing the job or give an incentive for doing the job. You might say that giving incentive is better, right? But the problem is how humans behave. you will always react better to penalty as compared to incentive. You'll always say, oh, I don't want the incentive. I want an easy life. I will not do anything. I will wake up at 10. I will go to the office for 2 hours. I don't want any incentive, right? Every time you will say, but no one will say, oh, I don't mind the penalty. Everyone wants to avoid the penalty. So you might think that getting incentive is a good approach, but the problem is what works better is always penalty, and there's no penal provision here. Then, citizens are hardly aware about this. Tell me very honestly, without lying, before coming to this class, did you know what is citizen starter? Or let's leave about you. Do your parents still know what is citizen starter? Do your friends who are not preparing for UPSC, do your friends know what is citizen starter? Before I started preparing for UPSC, I had no idea what is citizen starter. So if you knew about this, great. You are very knowledgeable, sir and ma'am. Appreciated. But I didn't know before I entered UPSC when I started reading governance. So most people obviously hardly know about this. So what is the point of having a system? What is the point of having this kind of an initiative when the people don't even know about this? Government has not made any effort to make sure that people at least know about it. The same was the case with RTI. The same is the case here. No awareness raised amongst the people. All these are issues that we have with the citizen starter. Then, lack of incentives. As I said earlier, even if you go ahead, fulfill all the obligations, even if you provide the best service possible, it's not that you will be promoted earlier or you will be given an increment, because that is just not how the government offices work in India. How the government offices work in India, you will get the promotion, the salary at the same time as anyone else. So why would you not do the bare minimum and go above and beyond? So there's a lack of incentivization as well. In many departments, charters either don't exist or they have been delayed as well. In many departments, they are not taken seriously. Many government departments have not even made citizen charters. They say that we already have brochures, we already have different type of rule books. We will call them only as citizen charters. So many departments have not taken it seriously. Also, in an ideal world, citizen charter should have special provisions for senior citizens, disabled, etc., so that services are given to them on a priority basis. For example, let's say in a bank, you should have a provision that for normal people, ordinary people, bank account will be open in 5 days, for senior citizen within 3 days. Something like that, so that you can actually ensure that citizen charter is addressing the population which it requires it the most. But citizen charter don't have that in India. We don't have a situation where we have special provisions for some section of population who require it more. Next big problem, review and updation is very poor. Once a department makes a citizen charter, they forget about it. They don't review it time and time again. They don't update it time and time again. They think that it is done. People anyways don't know about it. So why do we waste our time? No powers have been given to deliver upon citizens' charter commitments. I'll give you the same example as I gave just right now about post office and the postman. Ultimately, to deliver the speed post or to deliver the ordinary post to you becomes the responsibility of the postman. As simple as that. At the end, if the postman himself is not delivering it, then what can you do about it? At the end of the day, the postman has to deliver it. The problem is, if the postman doesn't deliver it, their senior in the post office will not have the power to take any action against the postman, because they also know, postman also knows that we are government servants, we have a government job, no one can remove us. So this concept in our mind that no one can remove us, we are government servants, we have a government job, it's a permanent job, that also is a big problem. When you have that mindset that whatever I do, I will never be removed from the job, whatever I do or don't do, nothing will happen to me, obviously it brings a problem in implementing the citizen charter. Many charters have technical jargons as well. Technical jargons means all these kind of technical jargons, all these kind of different, let's assume, technical terms, technical phrases, which would not be known to a common man are written in the Citizens Charter. So that even when the common people read the Citizens Charter, they do not really understand. The issue that we have and we have to understand is the situation is changing. What do I mean by this? Let's take a very simple example. Let's assume you versus your father or your any of your parents going to a bank. Let's just assume that, okay? Let's assume you go to a bank and your parents go to a bank. Let's say a situation arises, you go to a bank, whichever bank, I would not name the bank, but let's call the bank as S. So you go to a bank and let this bank be called S, and they are having their lunch, okay? Or not lunch. Other problem that they have is whenever you go there, they will say server is down. They will say server is down. I don't know where servers has been lost, but server is always down. I don't know how down is it, but it's always down. Now, just imagine the reaction that you will have versus the reaction your parents will have. I'll tell you what happens. In my case, I'll tell you the reaction, and then you can tell me if it is the same with you or not. My parents would say, okay, no problem, let them have lunch. No problem, server is down, we'll come back tomorrow. I will get agitated. I will be angry that why is it that their server is already down? Why is it that they keep on having lunch? Why can't they do this or that? Would it be the same with you? That your parents will understand, they will not have a problem, they will come back again, they will not have a problem, but you will be very angry. Because what is happening is, with every passing generation, we demand better services. See, your grandparents were fine even if they did not have bank for 10-15 kilometers. Your parents are fine to go to the bank and wait for 2-3 hours. We are not fine with that. We don't even want to go to bank. We want everything on our mobile phone. I don't even remember when was the last time I went to a bank, but everything happens on mobile phone now. So with every passing generation, as the services improve, you demand better services. And when they are not given to you, that is where the problem starts. This is the same case with the Citizen Charter. Citizen Charter has to provide services at the level that they exist right now in the world. But that is not what is happening here. In India, it is not just we who understand the problem with Citizen Charter. The government itself knows that there are certain problems. In 2002-3, DARPG, the same department that is responsible for Citizen Charters, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, they carried out a study and they found out the problems with the Citizens Charter. Remember, 1997, India implemented Citizens Charter. So after just 5 years, we had this study to understand the status of Citizens Charter. What was the outcome of the study? Number one, charters are not formulated through a consultative process. Means, before making the charter, no consultation is held with the experts. No consultation is held with the citizens, the common users. They are not told about this. Service providers are not familiar with the philosophy or goals of the charter. Means the government department themselves don't know what to do with this charter. There is just a board put on the wall. They are not told anything about this. No one knows what to do with this. Third big problem, adequate publicity has not been given to the departments. So departments have not been able to tell the common public what do we mean by Citizen Charter, why has it been given here. No funds have been given for awareness. Again, the same problem as we discussed yesterday. How is it that everyone in India knows how to buy mutual funds, but we don't know what is a Citizen Charter? Mutual funds also were not taught to us in school or college, but we know about that. Citizen Charter also was never taught to us in school or college, and we don't know about that. The reason is lack of awareness from the side of the government, because awareness comes at a cost. Unless you spend money, give ads, run campaigns, people will not know about it. Same is a problem with the Citizens Charter. Funds have not been allocated, there is lack of awareness, people don't even know what the Citizens Charter is. We will take a break in some time, don't worry. I know there's a break pending. The one who is speaking needs a break more than one who is listening. So we will take a break, don't worry. In just some time. Now, The other part of the issue is, for the Citizens Charter also, there are certain recommendations given by the second ARC. Again, the Second Administrative Reforms Commission has given certain recommendations how to improve the Citizens Charter. First, they suggested one size doesn't fit all. We should have separate charters for separate departments and units. I'll give you a simple example, okay? Post offices across the country, all the post offices have the same Citizens Charter. Now, take an example. Let's say you go to a post office in Delhi versus you go to a post office in Havelock Islands. You know where it is Havelock Islands? You know where is Havelock Islands? It's in Andaman Nicobar. Andaman Nicobar. So when you go to Andaman Nicobar, this is where basically Havelock is a part of Andaman Islands. If you want, it's a part of Andaman Nicobar. Yeah, Swaraj Deep as you call it. Havelock was the old name. Swaraj Deep is the new name. So basically, you can take any example. I'm just giving you the first name that popped up in my mind. You can take any other example. So let's say you go to Delhi, book a speed post, and they tell you within 3 days we will deliver anywhere in India. They can do that because thousands of speed posts are booked every single day. They have the reach. But now you go to Havelock Islands and you book a speed post for Gujarat. Would they have the same resources to deliver it within 3 days? They might not have the same resources, right? So you cannot have same promises in Delhi versus same promises in Andaman Nicobar because the infrastructure is different. They might not have that kind of a service. They might not have that connectivity. So you cannot have one single citizens charter everywhere. You have to depend, or you have to change them depending upon what are the requirement, what is the infrastructure. This is where the problem is. So first recommendation is to ensure that we do not have one single citizen charter for all the government departments. Second, to have widest possible consultation. Those people who are asking earlier about what is limited consultation, this is the same thing. There were people who were asking in the chat what is limited consultation. The problem with citizen charter is before they are made, ideally people should be consulted. For example, if there's a person or there's a company who uses post office services very regularly, they should be consulted that what kind of a charter should we make, which services should we give preference to, where should we invest most of our infrastructure. But that is not done. This is what the second ARC has suggested. Have wide consultations with people, with companies, organizations, people working in the post office or government departments. All of them should get a say, and then only then decide the citizens charter. So citizens charter at the end of the day should have perfect consultation. Only then it will be accepted by the people. Commit what you can deliver. There is no point making promises and not fulfilling it. The first time you fall in love, what do you tell your girlfriend or boyfriend? I will bring stars for you. I will buy the most luxurious car for you. I will buy airplane for you. And the day that they start demanding, where is my airplane? Where is my car that you demanded? What do you say? Oh, I was joking. So only make promises that you can actually fulfill. Don't make those promises that are not possible to be fulfilled. Same is the case that applies to citizens charter as well. You cannot promise some things that you can't just deliver. So for example, if you know that you cannot deliver a speed post in 3 days, then don't write 3 days. Don't just make promises because you think that people will be happy with it. No, at the end of the day, you have to deliver those promises. Then internal structure should also be changed in the departments so that if the government departments really want to help the people, really want to focus on citizen charter, fulfill the obligations, they should be able to. They need better internal structure, better funding, etc. An appropriate redressal mechanism means complaints should be taken seriously. The complaints, etc., which are registered, most of these are ignored. Most citizen charters don't even have a phone number or email ID where you can register a complaint. That is also a big problem. At least have a phone number, email ID, fax where people can go and file a complaint. Right now, even that doesn't exist. There should be a periodic review of the citizens charter. time and time again. You should evaluate what changes should be made, and the officer should be held accountable as well. Means at the end of the day, those officers who are not providing the services that they should be held accountable for the results. All these are recommendations given by the second ARC. Again, the recommendations of the second ARC are not binding on the government. ARC has given a total of 15 reports, 1 5. We will be discussing them later on. But now, whenever any topic comes where ARC has given certain recommendations, I would be sharing them with you so that you can know what the ARC said about a certain topic. Yesterday we shared recommendation of the ARC on the RTI. Today, these are the recommendations given by ARC on citizen starter. Now, why are they helpful to you, or how are they useful to you? Basically, the simple idea is when you have a question which talks about, let's say there's a question where the UPSC has asked you suggestions on how to improve citizens charter. Let's take a simple example. There you have a question where UPSC has asked you how to improve citizens charter. In that answer, you can write these recommendations that citizen charters can be improved if these recommendations are followed. This is how it helps you in the examination. And I'll show you some questions as well where the UPSC does ask you solutions, recommendations, how to improve citizen charter, and these recommendations can be helpful. Similar with the RTI. If there's a question how to improve the RTI law, what changes to make in the RTI law, in those kind of questions also, in the answer, you can always include the recommendations given by the second ARC. Apart from that, there are certain other suggestions given by some other experts. First, hand holding exercise for the first charter means when any department is making their first charter ever, whenever there's a department that is making their first ever charter, experts should help them out rather than randomly making any charter. So there should be hand holding, means complete guidance should be given, complete support should be given for the first ever charter of any department. The government should raise more awareness amongst the people, and the government should even try to bring about change in the attitude of the public servants. People who are working in the government departments, unless government officials, unless the government employees themselves want to provide good services to the people, nothing will change. Doesn't matter what law the government makes, doesn't matter what citizen charter you make, unless you bring a change in the attitude of the people working in the government service, you will not be able to bring in a change. Incentivize people working well, incentivize people who are following citizen charter, give incentives to those government officials who are fulfilling all this mandate, replicate the best practice. What do you mean by this? Replicating best practice is a very generic term that you use at many places. It simply means, let's assume there is a government department who is doing a great job in their citizen startup program. Let's say there's a government department who is working very well, who is actually following all the things. See what are they doing well, see how are they achieving success, and then tell other departments also to follow the same kind of a process. This is called replicating the best practices. Whatever is working in some other department, bring it to the other departments as well. Then simplified language should be used. It should not be too detailed. You should not have a citizen starter that is so much in detail that people don't even know what is written. Have it in simple short sentences. Everyone should know what is written and they can follow it properly. Let's take a break now. After the break, we'll come back and discuss what are the previous year questions that have come in from this part, from both mains and the prelims point of view. Let's come back in 15 minutes, 8:05, and we'll resume from here. Thank you, guys. Hi everyone, I hope all of you are back after your break. Perfect. There are a few questions given to me. Let me quickly answer those and then we'll go ahead discussing this question. Okay. There's a question I have from Sephavan. Is any country has law like official secret act like our country? Yes. Most countries, a lot of these countries have these kind of laws. See, again, the problem is understand this very carefully. There is no one who is saying that we should not have this kind of a law completely. Basically, the idea is how do you use or misuse the law? For example, everyone will agree, you will also agree that obviously the official secret of the government should not go out in the open. You will also agree to that. However, if the government misuses that law to hide other information as well, that becomes a problem. So, with the Official Secret Act, the problem is not just that we have the act. The problem is how does the government use or misuse the act. So, almost every country in the world have their own version of laws under which they protect their official information and they punish those who are not protecting this information. But are we misusing or using it? That is the entire issue. Anupam is saying, second point, voucher. Anupam, I'm not sure what your question is. If it is referring to Mark Boucher of South Africa, maybe you'll have to explain what you want to ask. Uh, uh, Chirantan is saying, citizen charter is analogous to a directive principle of state policy. Can it be said? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's too far of a stretch. Directive principle of state policy do not mention anything about citizen charter. Let's not make a connection where it doesn't really exist. Let's keep it pretty short, simple. Citizen charter, set of commitments given by the government departments to the common citizens, to the people who are using the services. A lot of people also had this question in the chat about private organizations. See, citizens charters apply to government organizations. But if there's a private company who wants to have their own citizens charter, no one can stop them. What is citizens charter? It's at the end of the day, it is a set of commitment promises that are made. So government can only enforce this in the government departments. If private companies or private offices want to have their citizen charter, they can. Who is stopping them? But it is not compulsory on them. Government can only do that for the government department, as simple as that. Okay, let's come back. So, as I said, if you look at citizen charter as a topic, very frequently, every 2 to 3 years, you will have a question asked. I'll tell you one more very interesting thing. Citizen charter is one of those topics from where in the past we even have had questions in ethics. In GS4 paper also we have had very simple question about citizen charter. Like in 2013, the question was, those citizen charter have been formulated by many public service delivery organizations, there is no corresponding improvement in the level of citizen satisfaction and quality of services being offered. Analyze. Now, what do you do in these kind of questions? As we discussed yesterday as well, the best part or the best way to start the answer, to write the introduction, would be either definition or a fact. Now, over here, you can either give definition of what is a citizen's charter. So you can either start by saying the citizen's charter is a set of commitments offered by the government departments to the people who are taking their services, telling them what services are offered and what is the time period. Or you can start with the fact. For example, you can start with the fact of Citizens Charter was initiated in India in 1997 and the responsibility to implement the Citizens Charter has been given to DARPG. However, ever since its introduction, there are still a lot of loopholes that remain because of which citizen satisfaction and the quality of services has not improved. Basically, if you look at these kind of questions, the simple idea is in these kind of questions, you have to tell the reasons behind the lack of services or reason behind the lack of satisfaction. Why is it that there is not enough satisfaction? Why is it that citizen charters are lacking? All the things that we have discussed, Those reasons can be used here. For example, if I just take you back to the problems that we had discussed, starting from here, you can write about all these problems. You can write about all these problems in the citizen starter. Bureaucratic mindset, limited consultation, no penalties, no awareness, uh, no lack of incentive. All these are the reasons that you can write here. So again, writing these kind of answers pretty easy. That all the problems that we have discussed can be mentioned here. That these are the problems. Then comes the conclusion part. Now, this is where it gets interesting. In the conclusion part or way forward part, this is where you can mention the second ARC recommendation. This is where you can mention that citizen charter can improve if the government takes the recommendation of second ARC seriously and fulfills them. For example, the recommendations include, and you can write about 2 or 3 recommendations as well. Simple. This is where the ARC recommendations can be helpful for you. When you have to suggest how to improve things. Whatever we have discussed is good enough data and pointers for you to write this answer very, very, very easily. Also, this is another question. This was asked in 2018. In 2018, the question was, Citizens Charter is an ideal instrument of organizational transparency and limit, but it has its own limitations. Identify the limitations, suggest measures for greater effectiveness. Again, very, very, very easy for you to answer. I don't think anyone would have a problem with this. You have to write about the limitations. Again, the limitations we have discussed, and it is correct straight away asking you to suggest measures also. In suggesting measures, you can write about the second ARC recommendations. Pretty easy question to answer in 250 words. So as you can see, Citizens Charter appears in the mains examination very often, very simple, and it's not very difficult to answer. Questions in 90% of the times in Citizens Charter will always be about problems in the charter and the suggestions to improve it. Almost every question about Citizens Charter will be about these 2 things only: the problems in the charter and how to improve it, and nothing else. So as long as you understand that, as long as you understand what are the problems and how to improve it, you are good to go. You don't have to focus on anything else. Just focus on these 2 and you should be good to go. I think this is one of those questions that can be asked, that can be answered very easily. Power is asking how many questions can be asked from governance. I'll tell you what happens. Usually, you will see in GS2 paper, in the mains exam, on an average, 4 questions you can expect from governance. On an average, 4 questions. Now, apart from this, a lot of things that we are studying in governance can be used and given as examples in other parts as well. You can use and give these examples, for example, in polity questions as well, some of these in ethics questions as well. So that is why from generally governance part, average 4, it might go up to 5 in some years, it might come down to 3 in some years, but average 4 questions you might expect every single year to be asked in governance. Now, there's one more thing that I wanted to share with you. The second ARC, when they were writing their recommendations, they also suggested something called the Sevottam model. Now, what do you mean by Sevottam model? So, Sevottam model is made up of 2 words, Seva plus Uttam. Those who don't know Hindi, Seva I think is a word that you would know in any language. Seva means service, Uttam means excellence. So basically, in simple terms, excellence in service delivery. That is called Sevottam. Excellence in service delivery. So whatever services the government is offering, the government should make sure that they give or they provide excellence in the service delivery. As per the second ARC, the Sevottam model should have all these things. That is, government should define their services, identify the clients. Government should also set standards for service, achieve those standards, monitor their performance. Basically, in simple terms, Sevottam framework also has almost the same kind of things as Citizens Charter. Just like the thing that you saw in Citizens Charter, Sevottam model is the same. So in Sevottam model also, the second ARC suggested the government should improve their service delivery to the common people and should ensure all these things. These are the three components of Citizen Charter, of Sevottam. I'm sorry. Sevottam comprises of having a Citizen Charter, ensuring grievance redressal, and ensuring that you build upon service delivery capability. Service delivery capability means you should also bring up your infrastructure. Again, for example, if the post offices have to deliver speed post within 3 days, then they should have the infrastructure to do that. They should have enough people working for them. They should have enough offices to do that. That is what the Sevottam model is about. It should have all these three components. Okay. Usually, from the Citizen Starter, usually you do not have question in the prelims exam. Let me repeat. Usually from Sevottam model, you do not have question in the prelims exam. But even then, I have formed a couple of practice questions for you, because in case it does appear later on, because it is a topic that remains in the news, you should be prepared for that. Okay. So let's see a couple of questions. First, read this carefully. I'll start your time after that. The time starts now. 5 more seconds. And your time is up. 81% people got this right. This is Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pension. As we discussed, Citizen Charter is responsibility of DARPG, that is Department of Administrative Reforms, Public Grievances. It works under this ministry. Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pension. Let's have one more question. Let's see if you remember what we just discussed. The time has started. 10 more seconds. And your time is up. 56% people got this right. This is C. We just discussed this. If I just take you back, this Sevottam model has Citizen Starter, grievance redressal, and service delivery capability. And come back here. Citizen Starter, grievance redressal, and service delivery capability. So the only one that is not a part is here. Those who did not understand Sevottam model, let me repeat. What does it mean? The second ARC suggested that the government should work on Sevottam model. Sevottam model means providing excellent service to all the people. Sevottam model should include three things. Number one, government should ensure there's a citizens charter. Number two, government should ensure that there is proper looking into all the complaints, that is grievance redressal mechanism. Any complaint that people have should be looked into. And third, we should build capacity for service delivery. So the capacity of the different government organizations, different departments should be built up so that they can give better services. All these three things together will come up and be called something the Sevottam model. Perfect. This brings us to an end of Citizens Charter and transparency. Now we are moving ahead with the second part of this module, that is accountability. In accountability, we will mainly be reading about one of the most important constitutional offices in India, that is a CAG. We'll be reading about the CAG, how does CAG work, how does the CAG hold the government accountable, what is accountability in India. This is what we will be discussing. The person that you see on the screen is India's CAG. Now, who is CAG? What does it do? Let's try and understand that first. CAG means Comptroller and Auditor General. Comptroller and Auditor General. Now, please understand a few things. It is first, CAG is an extremely important topic, both for the mains and from the prelims examination point of view. So, please do remember, please understand everything about the CAG. The office of the CAG in India has been taken from Britain. Britain also has a CAG office. In India, also, we have an office called the CAG. However, there is a big difference between Indian CAG and the British CAG. Let's look at how. In Britain, the CAG has two jobs. In Britain, the CAG has two jobs. One job, comptroller, and the other job as the auditor. In India, however, although we have given the same name to the office, that is a CAG only, but in India, the CAG only has a job of auditor, not comptroller. What is the difference between the two? Let's try and understand this. And please listen to this very carefully. This is important. What is a comptroller? What does a comptroller do? Comptroller, again, not controller. Please listen to this. Not controller, comptroller. COMPTROLLER. Now, what does a comptroller do? Comptroller is a person who controls the government finances. In simple terms, the government of Britain cannot spend even one single pound without first asking for the permission of the CAG. This is a comptroller. Comptroller means who controls how you spend the money. So in Britain, before spending any money, the British government must first take the permission of the CAG, that is a comptroller. After the permission is given, only and only then can the British government spend even one single pound. In India, that is not the case. In India, the CAG cannot control how the government spends the money. In India, government does not have to ask the CAG before spending any money. That is one big difference between the British CAG and in the Indian CAG. Again, I'm repeating it. In Britain, the CAG also has the functions of a comptroller. In India, CAG does not have the functions of a comptroller. Who is a comptroller? Comptroller is a person who controls the finances of the government, who decides how the government will spend the money. Before the British government spends even one single pound, they would have to ask their CAG. In India, that is not the case. We don't have to ask the CAG before the permission, before spending any money. That is what the comptroller is. Now coming to the second part. What is the second difference between Indian and British CAG? The second difference is in Britain, CAG is actually a member of the cabinet only. Means in Britain, CAG is like a minister. In India, that is not the case. In India, CAG is an independent authority, doesn't work as part of the government. In India, CAG is an independent authority. They don't listen to the government, they don't work on the orders of the government. In Britain, just like they have different ministers, CAG is also considered as a kind of a minister of the government only. He is a member of the cabinet. In India, that is not true. This is the big difference. So in India, what does the CAG do? In India, the job of the CAG is to act as the auditor. Now, what does an auditor do? What is the meaning of the word auditor? Basically, the simple meaning of the word auditor is who audits your accounts. I'll give you a simple example so that you can understand. Let us take an assumption that the government of India, let's say the government of India said that we have spent 4,000 crore rupees to build a new parliament building. Okay, let's just an assumption. Government of India said that we have spent 4,000 crore rupees to make the new parliament building. The government of India has taken that money out from the government account, spent all that money. What will the CAG do? CAG will prepare a report. It will examine whether 4,000 crore were really spent by the government or not. whether some money is missing or not, whether the government spent only 3,000 crore and 1,000 crore is missing, where did that money go? This is what the CAG does. Each and every expense made by the government of India or even government of any state, every single rupee spent by the government or by the government of state, he audits that. Audits means to double check, to cross check, to verify whether the money was spent in the right manner, whether the promise or whether the claim that the government is making is right or not. Let's say the government says we spent 400 crore rupees for free COVID vaccine. We bought the COVID vaccine and then we distributed for free. And we spent 400 crore rupees for that. So CAG will see whether the government is telling the truth or not, or whether the government is lying. This is where the CAG reports are so important. CAG reports try to find out if there is a fault, if there is a scam, if there is a corruption issue in the spending of the government, be it the center government or be it the state governments. At the state levels, we don't have a separate CAG. We have one single CAG who works both at the center and at the state level also. So whatever expense made by the center government, whatever expense made by the state governments, all of these are audited by the CAG. Now, CAG looks like one person, but that doesn't mean that he himself alone is sitting with a calculator, adding everything, and then every night he's adding, okay, right or wrong, right or wrong. No, he has a team of thousands of people who work under him. There are thousands of people who work under him. He is the head of that institution. There are thousands of people who work under him. Uh, for example, do you know when you clear the UPSC exam? When you clear the UPSC exam, do you know you get IAS, IPS, etc., all of that? There is one other service that many people don't know about. That service is called IAAS. Have you heard of that? IAAS, not the IAS, IAAS. Many people have not heard of that because most people prepare for IAS. They don't prepare for UPS, they prepare for IAS. But there's a service called IAAS. What is IAAS? It is Indian Audit and Account Service. It is Indian Audit and Account Service. So if you get selected in this, you will work under CAG. This is again a service that you will get if you clear the UPSC exam. If you get this service, you will be working under the CAG. So that is how it usually works. Now, what does the CAG do? CAG is a part of government system that has been made to make sure that the government is accountable. What do you mean by accountability? Accountability means answerability. If you promise something, but you did not fulfill that, what is your explanation? If you promise that I will do this, but you did not do that, that means that you have to answer some questions. This is called accountability, that you are accountable for your actions. You are accountable for what you promise. You cannot just randomly promise and move away. Government has to be held accountable. There are various institutions formed in India to hold the government accountable. We have the CAG that we are discussing today. We also have Lokpal and Lokayukt, which we will discuss later on. We also have something called the Whistleblower Act. We will discuss that also later on. We have elections also. Through elections, who holds the government responsible? You, me. We hold the government responsible through elections. How? If the government does not fulfill whatever government has promised, you have the power, you have the right not to choose the same government again, not to vote for them again. This is how people can also hold the government accountable. All these are how government is held accountable in India. Again, we will be discussing each of these one by one. Today, we are just discussing about the CAG. Later on, we will be discussing what Lokpal, Lokayukt, Whistleblower Protection Act, elections, etc. Let's first focus only on the CAG because that is our topic for today. So, CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. The Comptroller and Auditor General is a constitutional body set up by the Constitution of India. Many people, including Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, said that CAG is by far the most important constitutional body in India. Because without the proper working of the CAG, you cannot have a government that is accountable. You cannot have a government working in the interest of the people. That is why it is so important to have a CAG who is independent. That is why, to ensure the independence of the CAG, there are a lot of things that have been mentioned. First, let's first talk about the appointment part. Let's first talk about the appointment part, the appointment of CAG. How is it appointed? The biggest criticism, by far, the biggest criticism of the office of the CAG is the appointment. Why? There is no committee formed for appointment. The president appoints a CAG on the advice given by the Council of Ministers led by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister or the Council of Ministers, they will give a name and that name will be appointed as the CAG of India. The problem is, obviously, when the ruling party will give a name, they will obviously give a name of someone who is working closely with them for many years. Because CAG's entire role, entire job responsibility is to find fault in the working of the government, right? That is their entire role, to find faults in the working of the government. So when the CAG is working, they are working to find what the government did wrong. So government would obviously want a person who is friendly to them to appoint, but government just appoints by giving a name to the president and there is no committee formed. In other words, there is no role of the opposition, there is no role of the judiciary in appointing of the CAG. The government decides a name and whatever name they decide becomes a CAG. One big problem. Second big problem. Although all the officers working under the CAG are of IAAS service, Indian Audit and Accounts Service, but the problem is CAG that is appointed by the government is usually an IAS officer. Now you might say, why is this a problem? Those who are working in IAAS, they are very angry with this because they think we are working in the CAG all our life. We know how CAG works. We have audited everything for many, many years. And now when it comes to heading the department, that is headed by an IAS officer. You know, even amongst the different types of services, IAS, IPS, IRS, there's a kind of a rivalry. Not many other services like the IAS. They don't like the IAS because they think IAS officers are everywhere. Government sends them everywhere to head us. Why are we not heading our own department? Similar is the case here with the CAG. Although the CAG is comprised of usually IAS officers, but at the end you will see that who will come at the top? The IAS will come at the top. They will sit and say, no, 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 now we will decide everything. That remains a big problem. I'll give you one more example. The chief of all the intelligence agencies, let the chief of RAW, the chief of IB, even let's say the chief of CBI, all these of our chief of, let's say, CAPF, who do they report to? Do you know which officer they will report to? They will all report to Home Secretary. They will all report to Home Secretary. Basically, Home Secretary will take the briefing of all the people working, head of the intelligence agencies, head of the CBI, etc. So all these officers are giving briefing to whom? An IAS officer who is a Home Secretary. As a Home Secretary, you are so powerful. So again, the IPS will think, oh, we are doing all the job at the ground and we are briefing to whom? The IAS officer. So there is a rivalry that is going on. Again, there is no rule. There is no written rule that IAS officers will be the one who will be heading this. But that is how government usually use IAS officers. Because see, the issue is IAS officers work very closely with the government for many years. So government has a comfort effort with many IAS officers. And then the government uses those IAS officers only in positions where they would want a person that they can trust. That is a issue of the appointment of CAG. First problem, the government has complete control over who to appoint. No role of opposition, no role of judiciary. Second big issue, Even the head of the CAG is IAS officer, while the IAAS officers don't get to become the head. Second, the removal process is the same as Supreme Court judge. We have discussed this yesterday as well. I told you. You just have to remember the removal process of two offices, Supreme Court judge and the UPSC. Supreme Court judge removal is the same that is used for many offices, including that of the CAG. CAG's salary cannot be varied due to or to his disadvantage, meaning that till the time that CAG is operating, you cannot reduce the salary of the CAG. You cannot have further reappointment. So CAG has a 6-year tenure and 65 years as the retirement age. So once the tenure of 6 years is over, you cannot reappoint the CAG. Salary is a charged expense on the Consolidated Fund of India. I hope all of you know what is the charged expense. You would have read in Indian polity. What is the charge expense? Remind me quickly. Charge expense means, yes, it is non-votable by the parliament. Parliament does not vote on this. Parliament cannot control this. They cannot stop the salary from going out. That is a charged expenditure. It is automatically deducted from the Consolidated Fund of India, goes to the account of the CAG. The parliament does not vote on that. Then the conditions of people working in the IAAS service, that is Indian Audit and Account Service, are prescribed, means decided by the president only after consulting the CAG. So CAG has a lot of control over people working in the IAAS, Indian Audit and Account Service. Now, apart from this, as I said, the tenure is 6 years, retirement age is 65. Their condition of service, basically condition of service means what are the different types of powers they will get, what accommodation will they get, all these kind of things are written clearly in the law in the CAG Act of 1971. The salary that they get is the same as a Supreme Court judge, because the removal process is also the same as the Supreme Court judge only. What are the different functions now? What do they do? As I said, mainly their function is to ensure that they audit the accounts of the government, not just the central government, but all the state governments as well. So they audit all the reports, the expenditure that is made by the government, all the government accounts, be it the Consolidated Fund of India, where most of the government money is, be it the Public Account of India, Contingency Fund of India, or of the states, all of these are audited by the CAG. Not just this, they also audit government companies, not all of them, but most of them. Most of the government companies, most of the government departments, organizations are also audited by the CAG. They also audit stocks and stores. Now, what do you mean by stocks and stores? Let's take a simple example. Let's assume a government department took money from the government because they had to buy 100 air conditioners. It's very hot in North India, so obviously they had to buy air conditioners. So they took money from the government fund to buy 100 air conditioners. CAG will not just see the bill that, oh, 100 air conditioners have been bought, money has been paid, fine. No. CAG will do a survey to see where are these 100 air conditioners? Where is the stock? Have you actually used it? Or the building only has 80 air conditioners, 20 are in the house of the secretary. So all this auditing, the physical assets of the stocks, etc., all of that will also be audited by the CAG. The CAG works into all these things. This is how the CAG usually works. Then, CAG also audits organizations substantially financed by the government. Again, no definition of the term substantially financed. So the government decides which organization will be audited by the CAG, which will be not. If the president or the governor requests the CAG to audit some other organization, they will do that as well. The CAG even advises the union and the state governments how to maintain your records, how to maintain your accounts, how to ensure that there's a proper format that is given so that the accounts, etc., are properly maintained. CAG audits the PSUs. PSU means public sector undertakings, means government companies. PSUs, public sector undertakings. For example, let's say ONGC, LIC. These are public sector undertakings, PSUs. So they audit PSU reports, what is the profit, what is the loss, they audit government companies as well. And listen to this. Under Article 279, subsection 1, they also provide net proceeds certificate to the Government of India. What do we mean by this? What is the net proceeds certificate? What exactly is a net proceeds certificate? So basically, let's say the Government of India in the budget says that last year we earned 5 lakh crore rupees from the taxes. Let's just make an assumption that the Government of India says that we have earned 5 lakh crore rupees last year with the help of taxes. It will only be valid, it will only be confirmed if the CAG gives a certificate that yes, government has earned this much money. If the CAG doesn't give that certificate, that is not how it works. The Government of India can only confirm this, the Government of India can only go ahead and take this official number if the CAG has given the certificate that yes, this is the money that has been earned by the Government of India. So without the CAG certificate, no earning will be final. Nitesh, please don't copy paste. I am giving an example of what are PSUs. I am giving an example of what companies are called PSUs. So don't worry, chill. Now, apart from this, CAG also helps the Finance Commission in telling about the finances of the state. Now, what do we mean by that? As you would have read, what does the Finance Commission do? The Finance Commission helps the Government of India by suggesting them how much money from the taxes that they have earned should go to the state governments. Finance Commission, as you know, suggests that, for example, to Goa you should give this much money, to MP you should give this much money, to Chhattisgarh you should give this much money. However, the reports of the Finance Commission are not binding on the government. Before the Finance Commission makes a recommendation to the Government of India, how much money to be given to different states, the CAG gives them help. The CAG helps them in telling what is the status of the state governments right now, how much money do they have, how much money they do not have. On the basis of that, they would be given their reports to the Government of India. The CAG also acts as a friend, philosopher, guide of the Public Account Committee of the Parliament. Now let's try and understand what this is. Basically, what happens with the CAG report? Let's try and understand this. The CAG prepares all these different sorts of reports. CAG submits a report to the President of India if the report is about the central government, and they submit the report to the governors if it is about the state government. So it depends on which report is it. If the report is something regarding the state government companies, then the report is given to the governor of the state. If the report is about the central government company, it is given to the President of India. So what happens with this report after that? Let's say a report is given by the CAG to the President of India. The President will then submit this report or forward this report to the Parliament for discussion. Parliament will be asked that now this is the report, you can go and discuss. Now what happens in the Parliament? In the Parliament, we have a committee called the Public Account Committee, the PAC. Public Account Committee. How many members does it have, by the way? Public Account Committee. How many members from which house? How many members from which house? Okay, I'm getting correct answers from Nitesh has given the correct answer. Shivaji has also given the correct answer. Tushar, Payal, Sudha. Most of you are still not giving the correct answer. Okay, Shiv Kumar also correct answer. Arpita, Utkarsh. So, Public Account Committee, as you know, 22 members. 15 are from Lok Sabha, 7 are from Rajya Sabha. So, it has 22 members. 15 from Lok Sabha, 7 from the Rajya Sabha. Now, when the CAG report is given by the President to the Parliament then gives this report to the Public Account Committee. The Public Account Committee within the Parliament has the responsibility of discussing the CAG report. So who analyzes, who discusses the CAG report? In the Parliament, it is the Public Account Committee of the Parliament, having 22 members. They are the ones who discuss this. So whenever they need any help of understanding the report, whenever they need any help of understanding the government expenses, they can ask for help from the CAG. That is why it is said that CAG is a friend, a philosopher, and guide of the Public Account Committee, because it helps them in understanding the reports. Usually, CAG submits three types of reports. Usually, there are three types of reports submitted by the CAG. First, on appropriation account. Second, on finance accounts. And third, on public undertakings. Public undertaking, easy to understand. Government companies, basically. Government companies. Now, what is appropriation account? Appropriation account means report about government spending. Report about government spending. How much money has the government spent? Finance account means report about government earning. How much money has the government earned from taxes, from loan, from interest on the loans? So appropriation account report comes in, that talks about the spending that the government has done. There's a finance account report that comes in that talks about the earning that the government has made. And then there's a report that talks just about the government companies, their profit, their loss, etc. All these reports are given to the president, they give it to the parliament, and the parliament, it is a public account committee that will discuss the report. Now, let's try and understand what happens in this report. Let's take an example. Let's say the CAG wrote in the report that there is a scam. Let's say the CAG wrote in the report that government said we will be spending 5,000 crore rupees on a scheme, but there is only record of 4,000 crore. 1,000 crore is missing. Let's assume this is the CAG report. That 1,000 crore rupees is missing. Only remaining money can be accounted for. Let's assume this is what the CAG says in the report. Now, the question is what happens next? Does it mean a case will be filed against someone? Does it mean the CAG will go to the court? What does it mean? Now, please understand this. CAG does not have any judicial powers. CAG cannot take action against anyone. CAG cannot punish anyone. The CAG has no judicial powers. CAG will just give the report. Now, on the basis of this report, the government, if they think that the report is right, they can order an investigation. Government agencies, investigative agencies, they will read the report. With the help of the report, they will start investigating the matter. If they think someone is guilty, then they will take the person to court. Otherwise, no. If the government is not doing anything, opposition members or someone else can go to the court that see this is the report. But again, the report of the CAG automatically does not go to the court. Automatically does not go to the court. It goes to government. The government then will see if they have to investigate or not. CAG does not go to the court. They don't have any judicial powers to do anything. They just prepare the report. Then it depends on what the government wants to do with this. Now, if you look at the connection between the Public Account Committee and the CAG, they work very closely. Why? As I said, CAG reports are given to the Public Account Committee, that is the PAC. They are the ones who discuss the reports. They are the ones who see how the government has spent the money, whether they have spent the money legally or there is some money that is remaining. Also, the CAG has to watch whether corrective action is suggested by him is taken or not. So what the CAG does is, CAG also makes suggestions in the report that government should do this, government should not spend money here, or government should spend lesser money here. CAG gives all these types of suggestions also. CAG also sees whether his or her suggestions have been accepted or not. Again, they can't take any action. Even if the government is not taking the report or the advice of the CAG seriously, the CAG cannot really take any action against that. But the CAG does keep an eye on whether or not the actions suggested by the CAG are followed or not. If they are not followed, the CAG can write that in the next report as well. But the CAG cannot force the government to take any action. It really depends on whether whether the government takes this seriously or not. Now, if you look at the CAGs in India, there was one very interesting CAG. That was Mr. Vinod Rai. Mr. Vinod Rai, extremely interesting CAG. Why an interesting CAG? What happened during that time? Let's try and understand. Vinod Rai was a CAG in the last government when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister. You all would remember when the Congress government was in power, it became very famous that it's a corrupt government. There are so many scams that came out. Vinod Rai was a CAG at that point of time. He was famous for making out reports or publishing reports that talk about huge government scams time and time again. 2G scam, Commonwealth Gate, Commonwealth scams, etc., etc. Anyways, we are not going to go into those scams. Those are not asked. What are the reforms? After he left the post of the CAG, he suggested certain reforms in the working of the CAG to make it even better. First, they suggested bring all public-private partnerships under the CAG. Now, right now, public-private partnerships are not under CAG. What is a public-private partnership? Let's try and understand. There are infrastructure projects which government does not build alone. The government takes the help of certain private company. Let's take an example of this. Which company built the new parliament building, by the way? The new parliament building was built by which company? Built by Tata. The Tata group got the contract. They are the ones who built the parliament building. Now, this is an example of PPP, public-private partnership, where the government partnered with a private sector player and then they made this project. So this is called PPP, public-private partnership. Because it includes a private company also, CAG does not have the power to audit public-private projects. Because it includes a private company also, it does not have the power. CAG cannot audit this for now. The suggestion is even these projects should be audited by the CAG. That is the first suggestion. That public-private partnerships also should be audited by the CAG. He also said that panchayats should be open for auditing of the CAG. Societies funded by the government, all of these should be under the CAG auditing power. Second, CAG Act of 1971 should be amended to keep changes in governance. What does it mean? As I had said earlier, the powers, responsibilities, duties of the CAG are all written in a law called the CAG Act of 1971. It's a very old law. Over 50 years have passed. So Vinod Rai has suggested we should change the law to give more powers to the CAG. As more and more technology emerges, as more and more complicated issues come up in auditing and in accounting, we should have the CAG much more power. Power such as to bring in experts from different fields, mainly to audit different types of organizations. The next suggestion, collegium should be made to form a new CAG like the CVC. What does it mean? As I said, how is the CAG appointed right now? The government just gives a name to the president and the president has to appoint that person. As simple as that. No role of opposition, no role of judiciary, no one. However, the suggestion here is we should have a team like the collegium, 3, 4 people, 5 people. They should come together to suggest to the president who should be the next CAG rather than having just the government making a CAG. So that is also a suggestion that they have made. Is or are these suggestions something that has been accepted? No. Suggestions have not been accepted so far. These are the suggestions given by Vinod Rai, but they have not been accepted so far. We still have the same CAG as we have. I have a couple of questions for you. Answer these and then I'll answer the question that you have. This was a question asked long time back in 2001. Read this carefully and then answer. Yes, Utkarsh, that is true. Should we begin the time? Okay, your time starts now. And your time is up. 44% people got this right. Fourth, obviously, is wrong. The CAG does not control the issue of public money. This is not the job of the CAG. CAG only audits and give report. There is no control of receipt or issue of the public money. That is not what the CAG does. As we had discussed, he only audit it. One more question. It's a long question. Read it very carefully. It was asked in 2012. Ajay, the answer is D only. Guys, in the last question, answer is D only. I'm not sure what are you confused with. I told you answer is D. You have to tell which of these is not performed by CAG. So the answer is D only. I'm not sure, Ajay, Kritika, why are you confused in this? This is not performed by CAG. Coming back. Read this carefully, please. Should we start the time? Okay, your time starts now. Ilma, log in again. Maybe then you'll get it. And your time is up. Good job, guys. 63% people were able to answer this correctly. This is C. 2 and 3 are correct. First says CAG exercises exchequer control on behalf of Parliament when the President declares national financial emergency. No, we did not talk anything about emergency. Nothing happens to the CAG's power during emergency. Absolutely wrong. CAG reports on execution of programs are discussed by Public Account Committee. Yes. Information from CAG can be used by investigative agencies to press charges against those. Yes. CAG has certain judicial powers. No. As I said, CAG has no judicial powers at all. CAG can just give the report. It then depends upon whether or not the government want to work on that report, take it forward, investigate. But the CAG does not have any judicial powers as such. Okay. I have already discussed about the issue of appointment, how the appointment is a big issue that has still not been resolved. Okay, let me answer a few questions that have been given to me first before we go ahead. Um, okay, Vinayak is saying Chief of CAG reports to Home Secretary. No, Vinayak. CAG is an independent authority, they don't report to anyone. Shanawaz is saying CAG needs expert of accountancy, so there should be a different, their exam should be different. Should be, should not be, I can't tell, but they don't have a different exam for now. Chinmay is saying a committee is there consisting PM, leader of operation, cabinet minister recommended by PM. Chinmay, that committee is to suggest who should be the information commissioner. We are talking about appointment of the CAG. For that, we don't have a committee. Then I have a question from Mona Lisa. She is saying CAG report is a secret document which the public cannot acquire. No, no, no. Mona Lisa, once the CAG report has been given to president, and once the president has given the CAG report in the parliament, that is a public document now. Once the CAG reports come in the parliament, you can download the CAG report even from the CAG websites. So that becomes a public document. It has to first come in the parliament at least. Shamran is saying substantially financed means how much percentage? Shamran, that is what we have been discussing since yesterday. There is no definition of what do we mean by substantially financed. Chinmay is saying, does CAG and deputy CAG get the same salary? Sharman, Chinmay, there is nothing called deputy secretary, deputy CAG. There is only CAG. So there is no deputy CAG anywhere. Mrityunjay is saying, what are the roles of these independent clauses if their appointment is not made independently? See, Mrityunjay, government still claims that we are making them independent. No government will accept that we are making only our favorite officers as a CAG. So they will have to ensure that at least they have these pointers mentioned. Also, if you look at the past, it's not that every CAG has worked in the same manner. For example, look at the Manmohan Singh government, the Congress government. They appointed a CAG, Vinod Rai, who gave a lot of reports against them only. So it's not right to assume that every CAG will just work in the favor of the government, will not really give any reports against them. In the Congress government, it happened. So we have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they will work independently. But ideally, yes, we should have a different type of an appointment process. Then I have a question from Shenavas. In Britain, the sign of CAG is mandatory or just ask for financing? In the governments, when you say ask for someone, you want sign. There is nothing verbal in the working of the government. Can the government just pass the bill verbally that I have said this, it happened? No, it has to all be in writing. Okay, I'll take one last question. Pulkit is saying, won't Britain has to present the budget in the parliament since they spend money after CAG's permission? No, Pulkit, is the budget only for expenditure? No, budget has a lot of other things. Budget doesn't just mean that you are telling the public where have you spent the money. The budget has a lot of other things. Your earning, your spending, your future plans, all of that. So it's not related to introducing the budget or not introducing the budget. That is a long connection. Perfect. Now let's go on to some of the other issues with the CAG. For example, the one big problem that we have here is the appointment process, as I said. See, the appointment process part remains a problem because, as I said, the government does not really allow anyone to have a say in who shall be the CAG. For example, there have been many instances in the past where appointment of many people have been questioned. Questioned as in many people have criticized it from the civil society, many people have written against it. I'll give you a few examples. And I'm giving you examples of both sides of the government. So you can't say it is only one government. Let's see this. So Mr. Shashikant Sharma, he was appointed as a CAG in 2013 by the UPA government. So UPA government means the Congress government. They had appointed him. Before this, he was working as a defense secretary. He handled a lot of very important matters. He was working very closely with the government. So many people filed a PIL in the Supreme Court that since he was working very closely with the government, he and the government are very close to each other, he should not be appointed. But the Supreme Court refused to intervene. Supreme Court said that no, we will not intervene. So again, it's not that people have not filed PILs or application against such appointment, but it has happened that the courts have not interfered so far. UPA Congress government. UPA is the name of the Alliance, United Progressive Alliance, led by the Congress. That is the UPA government. Like we have the NDA government right now, led by the BJP. Similarly, we used to have the UPA government led by the Congress. That was a UPA government. So this is an example of 2013, where UPA government or Congress government appointing someone which people thought is shady. Now, I'll give you some other examples as well. In the past few years, we have seen that the audit reports or the number of audit reports coming out of the CAG has reduced. Now, see, there is a lot of problem in the working of the CAG as well. Think of it from the point of view of the CAG. The CAG has to submit a lot of important reports. The CAG has to submit a lot of different important reports. For example, the CAG has to publish reports for every state government and the central government and different funds altogether. The CAG is dependent on the government departments to give them the paperwork, etc. For example, let's say the CAG will ask a department that whatever money you have spent, give me the bill, forward me the invoice. These government departments don't have a time limit. Many government departments actually give the invoice at a very later date, so that CAG reports get delayed time and time again because the government departments don't want to cooperate. One more example. I'll give you a simple example. Let's assume the government department has spent 10,000 rupees. Okay. Let's take a simple example. The government department has spent 10,000 rupees. Now, CAG asked them to show me a proof of where you spent it. Tell me, where did you spend this rupee? So now let's assume the department gives a report to CAG. They will say 1,000 rupees spent on food, 2,000 rupees spent on tea, 2,000 rupees spent on electricity bill, and 5,000 rupees miscellaneous. This is a big problem. How do they give the report? A lot of times the ministries, the departments, when they have to submit their documentation, how have they submitted the report, where have they spent the money, they will just use these words like miscellaneous, extra expenditure, so that the CAG will have to again spend time in asking them the details of this. That also becomes a big problem. So a lot of government departments either delay the reports, or when they have to give the reports, they give the reports in such a manner that the CAG might not really be able to make a lot out of it. And the CAG will have to ask these questions time and time again. So I gave an example of 2013 Congress government. Let me now give an example of 2017, that is the BJP government. So in 2017, a new CAG was appointed. Who was the new CAG? The person who was appointed was Rajiv Maharishi. Now, Rajiv Maharishi, an IAS officer who was working as a Home Secretary. Home Secretary is a very, very, very powerful position in India. As I said, most of these law enforcement agencies, intelligence agencies report to the Home Secretary, very powerful position. So he was working with the CAG for a long time, or he was working in the government of India, sorry, for a long time. Then he was appointed as the CAG after his retirement as the IAS officer. Now, the problem is, even when he was working as a CAG, or even when he was appointed, in fact, there were a lot of questions asked. See, when you appoint an IAS officer, especially the one that has been working for the government for such a long time, who has just retired recently, then a lot of questions are asked. Why is it that you are appointing that person only and not someone else? In fact, Common Cause and Indian Audit Retired Service Association, so there is an association of retired officers, they submit a memorandum to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister saying that please be transparent in the appointment of the CAG. CAG is a very important office, please don't do this. But governments don't listen to these kind of applications or memorandum. See, if you are the government, if you have the majority, why would you listen to anyone? The entire point of having the power is not to listen to anyone, right? If you become the IAS and secretary, and then even then you are taking, you are listening to everyone, that is not how it works. Every government comes to power so that they can actually use that power. So no one really wants to listen to anyone. So government did not listen. They appointed Rajiv Maharishi as the CAG. What happened? When he was the CAG, number of reports declined considerably. Very few reports are published. Very few reports are given to the parliament. Not a lot of details were given in the report. So this again proved the fact that when you have appointment process of the CAG, which is entirely controlled by the government in power, where the opposition has no role to play, where judiciary has no role to play, you will have a situation where the CAG will work to please the government, will work to see if the government would like my decision or not. That becomes a big problem. So there are examples of this. Now, Some people have asked in the chat, can I use this example in the answers? Now understand, yes, you can use these answers in the example, but how do you write, that is more important. Please listen to this carefully. As long as what you are writing is a fact, please write it, no problem. For example, what is a fact? The fact is, in 2017, Rajiv Meheshi was appointed. The fact is, a memorandum was submitted against his appointment to the Prime Minister. That is a fact, full stop. But if you then write that Rajiv Meheshi was favoring the government, he was biased in favor of the government, that is wrong, because that has not been proven so far. So you can write these as examples, but only write what is a fact. For example, in the last example that I gave you, you can write in 2013 UPA government appointed Shashikant Sharma. You can write that a PIL was filed in the Supreme Court against his appointment. That is all fine. You can write this in the answer because this is the fact. But you cannot then write that he was favoring the government, this was not good, he was corrupt, because that has not been proven. So you can write these examples in the answer, no problem with that. But please understand, the job that you are preparing for, the aim that you have in your life to become an IAS officer is such a serious job, such a high level job, that every single word coming out of your mouth will be important. So similarly, in the answers that you write, please be very careful of every single word that you are writing. Even one single word here and there, which will change the entire meaning, will hamper your chances. So make sure that you write what is fact, you write what is true, you do not write anything that is just something that you think. Write facts and you will not have a problem. Then the current CAG that we have, Mr. GC Murmu, he again was appointed by the same government, the current government that is working right now. Again, there were some questions asked whether the government of India should have appointed him, whether the government of India should have appointed someone else. There were questions that were asked, but again, governments usually don't listen to this. We have GC Murmu or Girish Chandra Murmu, as you want to call him, who is the current CAG. Now, it is not that the process of appointment cannot change. If you have been following the news, you know that a few weeks back, the Supreme Court changed the appointment process for the Chief Election Commissioner. Do you know that or not? The appointment process for Chief Election Commissioner used to be like this only. For Chief Election Commissioner, the appointment process used to be like this, that the government could name anyone, the president will appoint him. But now that has changed because the Supreme Court has intervened. Supreme Court has said, no, this will not work. You have to have a committee, like a committee that appoints or suggests CBI director. So for CAG also, the Supreme Court might do this in the future, might. You don't know whether they will or they won't. It remains to be seen. Supreme Court has that power. If they want, they can. But at least for now, they have not intervened. So if they do intervene, it remains to be seen. Now, when Mr. GC Murmu was appointed, again the same question started. Why is it that you're appointing an IAS officer as compared to a person who will be more suitable for this job, an expert? Because see, you also know this, auditing is a job of a specialist. Yes, you can give an argument. The argument that the government gives is simple. See, the argument that the government gives is the Defense Secretary of India a soldier? No. Is the Health Secretary of India always a doctor? No. Is the Law Minister a lawyer? Not always. So if that can be worked out, what is the problem with the CAG? That is the argument the government gives. The government says that the CAG himself does not have to audit anything. CAG just is overseeing the entire process. The people working under the CAG are the ones who are doing this for him. The CAG will just look into whether the correct process is being followed or not. But again, it is not fair for people, for officers working in the audit and account service, because they are working in that service for so many years. They deserve to be at the head. Indian Audit and Account Service has over 46,000 people working and has over 135 officers in the entire country. But even then, they are headed by an IAS officer. You might like it if you are yourself an IAS officer. You might not like it if you're not an IAS officer. So it really depends. But again, there are questions on whether IAS officers should be at the head of these specialist organizations. Okay, one more very interesting thing. CAG's office and the prestige related to the office of the CAG has come down considerably. There is one person to blame for that. That one person is Vinod Rai. Now listen to this very carefully. As I said, Vinod Rai, ex-CAG of India, he was a CAG at the time of the Congress government. He gave multiple reports about different scams. He talked about 2G scam. He talked about the coal scam. His report also talked about the Commonwealth Games scams, etc. He gave so many reports about different scams that everyone in the country started to say Congress government is the most corrupt government. For example, if you remember when the BJP was fighting the election in 2014, they kept on saying Congress government is a corrupt government. Even today, they keep on saying this. And the same thing is repeated by the people as well. Everyone thought it's a corrupt government because of the CAG reports, etc., etc. Do you know the fact? The fact is, none of the reports of the CAG given by Vinod Rai have proven to be true in the court. Means, in all of these cases, there is no one who is really seriously charged and is in the jail. There is no crime that has been proven on anyone. So when he gave the reports, he gave these long numbers at thousands of crores of rupees have scam has happened. But none of that was proven in the court later on properly. None of them was actually guilty, charged as guilty. What happened was Vinod Rai became very famous because of these reports. He became a CAG that kept on giving these reports time and time again because maybe some people said he wanted to become famous. In one of the interviews, remember this, in one of the interviews, CAG Vinod Rai had told the media, listen to this very carefully. In one of the interviews, he told the media that Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam is a Congress leader. He told the media in an interview that Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam called me and requested me not to give the name of Prime Minister in the 2G scam report. Let me repeat what I'm saying. Vinod Rai, when he was a CAG, he gave an interview to a media organization. In the interview, he said that I got a call from this Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam. He requested me, please don't write the name of Prime Minister in the 2G scam. Sanjay Nirupam said that no, I have never said anything like this. I have never called the CAG. CAG said, no, 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 he has called me. Now, recently, what happened? When Sanjay Nirupam filed a case against Vinod Rai, Sanjay Nirupam went to the court against Vinod Rai that he is lying. What happened? Vinod Rai had to say, sorry, I was mistaken, I was lying. The same Vinod Rai who had told the media that Sanjay Nirupam called me, he requested me, pressurized me not to give the name of Prime Minister. And now the same ex-CAG Vinod Rai has issued an apology to Sanjay Nirupam that, see, I am wrong. The problem is with these kind of cases, the prestige of the office of the CAG declines. CAG is supposed to be an office of prestige, an office which is responsible for maintaining accountability of the government of India, an office that is regarded as the most important constitutional office by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And now the same office is publishing reports without even having proof, giving media interviews without even having proof, having to say sorry that I was lying. That has led to the prestige of the CAG's office declining quite considerably. And this is again a big, big, big problem. This is again a problem that we have to ensure does not really hamper the working of the CAG. Another big problem, as I said, CAG reports have come down considerably. How did you find it out? Through the RTI. Someone filed an RTI. asking for how many reports has the CAG published. It has been found out that the number of CAG reports have come down considerably in the last 5 years, 75% lesser. So there is again an indication that maybe government appointing CAG of their own choice is working in favor of the government. Okay, so I have a previous year practice question for you. Take this as your homework. Try and write answer to this question. We will discuss this tomorrow. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Try and write this answer. See if you can write this. I have a. I'll discuss this part tomorrow. From here, I have one more practice question for you. Get this question done, and then I'll take some of your questions, and then we'll resume from here tomorrow. Let's answer this question. After that, I'll give some time to you to ask your question. The remaining part we will cover tomorrow. Okay? Read this question and then answer. Should we start the time? Okay. And your time is up. 60% people answered this pretty simple question. The answer is D. Which of these is not correct? First, second, third are correct. The removal process is the same as removal of Supreme Court judge. CG is appointed by the President of India. The accounts of the President in the State of the Union are maintained in a manner as President decides on the advice of the CAG. Fourth is wrong. As I discussed earlier as well, after your tenure is over, the CAG cannot have reappointment. That is why this is wrong. So as I said, the remaining part about the types of audit that CAG performs, from here, we will start discussing tomorrow. Okay, though some people have a question about third statement. Okay, I'll come to third statement. Look at the third statement. The third statement says, President and the states of the Union shall be maintained, or the accounts shall be maintained in the manner as the President may on the advice of the CAG. So basically, how are the records of the government maintained? It is advised by the CAG what will be the manner, and President will give that order. That is true. Maintenance of record means in what way will you keep your books, in what way will you make a listing. All of that is advised by the CAG to the President. They will issue the order, and that is how the records are maintained throughout the entire country. Okay, one interesting question. I'll just look into that. Chaitanya is saying, does the CAG maintain their accounts? No. So CAG does not maintain the records. CAG will give an advice. This is how you should maintain the records. Earlier, CAG had this responsibility of maintaining the records also, but now CAG doesn't maintain the records. For that, we have a separate office, but CAG doesn't maintain the records now. Okay, let me show you the leaderboard. I know all of you have been waiting for it. This is from where we will start tomorrow. The leaderboard, as you can see here. Yeah, this is the leaderboard for the 5 questions that we discussed today. So a lot of you have answered all these 5 correctly. Shweta, Anand, Keethna, Kibriya, Arpita, Sumant, Shreya, Shudhanshu, Mrityunjay, Rajendra, Kritika, then Shanmuga, Iptisam, Bhuvneshwari, Aditi, Rahul, SS, Amla, Bharadwaj, Amandeep, and Prabhasini. In case you also answered 5 questions correctly, but your name is not here, maybe because you took more time than these people, that is why only these people's name is there. If you also answered all the 5 questions correctly, absolutely great, good job. Maybe you took more time, that is why your name is not here. Perfect. So this brings the end of the teaching part of this class. Last 5 minutes is for you to ask your question. I'll answer some of those, and then you can keep asking your question to the SME also. You'll continue from here tomorrow. Let me see some questions. Shweta is saying the fourth statement regarding further a post consider only for CAG after appointment in other offices. Yes, so Shweta, after retirement, CAG cannot hold any other government post. Pulkit is saying, why do governments give more preference to IAS officers over other services? So, Pulkit, the simple reason is the governments work much closely with the IAS officers. They interact more with the IAS officers rather than actually with more other officers. They are most interaction with the IAS officers. So, IAS officers work with the ministers very closely. So, that is why they trust them more. That is the only reason. Then I have a question. From Asif, difference between accounting and auditing. So Asif, accounting means to keep a track of government records. So you make a list how much money you have spent, how much money you have earned. That is what accounting is. Auditing means to cross check whether you are doing something wrong or not, whether you're hiding some money somewhere. Auditing means to check whether you are spending the money in the right manner or not. That is what auditing is. Vinayak is saying chief of IB, CBI, CRPF, etc. submit the report to Home Secretary. Yes, they all these organizations come under Home Ministry, so their reports are submitted to the Home Secretary. Then I have a question from Prabhakar. Why many IAS officers are not sincere? See, you cannot make a generalized statement like this because this statement will apply anywhere. There is no proof to say many IAS officers are not sincere. You can just say why many human beings are not sincere, why many students are not sincere, why many teachers are not sincere. So let's not go ahead and blame one category of people. Then I have a question from Ilma. As there's a problem in time limit with RTI, there's a huge backlog of RTI across the country. Can I write this as a way forward to prioritize RTI and respond to maintain a body? Yes, you can. Depends on what the question is. See, my only suggestion is don't make up answer before you see the question. A lot of times people commit this mistake. They automatically make up an answer in their mind that I will write this. But first see the question. Is the question suiting that answer? If yes, please go ahead. But don't make an answer beforehand that I will write this, doesn't matter what the question is. Okay. Shiva is saying, can the CAG contest election in future? Shiva, anyone can contest election in the future. You can, I can, anyone can. Then I have a question from Munna. Is Panchayati Raj Society funded by government comes under CAG? No, Munna. Right now, no. That is what the suggestion is. For Panchayati Raj, etc., their auditing, etc., is not done by the CAG. The state government decides how their auditing will happen. And please don't worry, the questions which have not been taken, the SME will answer your question as well. Don't worry. I have a question from Zeba. Net proceeds certificate, repeat. Net proceeds certificate, in simple terms, when the government of India says, for example, that we collected 5 crore rupees last year, the CAG will have to give a certificate to prove that yes, you collected 5 crore rupees. Without their certificate, it will not be seen as official. That is the meaning of net proceeds certificate. Okay, one last question. Shashank is saying difference between contingency, consolidated public account funds. See, Consolidated Fund of India is the main bank account of the government, the main account of the government, where all the money of the government is coming in. All the taxes you pay to the government, all the earning of the government goes to the Consolidated Fund of India. Every expense of the government, all the salaries also come out of the Consolidated Fund of India only. To take out money from the Consolidated Fund of India, you require permission of the Parliament. Public account of India is an account where money goes in which the government has to repay in the future. So when you give some money to the government, which the government will repay to you, like you invest in government securities, you buy government certificates, etc., post office deposits, which the government has to give back to you in the future. That money goes to public account. And third is contingency. Contingency fund is a kind of an emergency fund created because from the consolidated fund you can only take out money when the parliament is in session. What if the parliament is not in session but the government needs money? For that they have the contingency fund of India, from where money can be withdrawn just by the sign of the president of India. Perfect. So this is your homework. Try and write an answer to this. We'll discuss this tomorrow. The SME is still here to answer your questions. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't be late. Let's start at 6 a.m. to cover the remaining topics. Bye-bye. Have a good day ahead. Jai Hind.